Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Toowoomba Grammar. On behalf of Toowoomba Grammar and Mitie, my name is Brenton Harty. I'm the president of Mitie, and it's my pleasure to be your MC for the day. You'll see up on the screen, you've got the Wi-Fi password for the school there. So if you need to take that down, I suggest you do that at the moment. It's also my pleasure to do an acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians, past and present, as well as the emerging leaders of tomorrow, as we walk in the footsteps and work together for justice, equity and healing. Just a few housekeeping tasks as well. As I understand it, the toilets here are underneath this building, so you go down and around the outside and down underneath to get to them. I've mentioned Wi-Fi, and you're not here to hear me, so I'm going to very quickly now pass over to Dr. John Kinnerborough, who is the headmaster of Toowoomba Grammar.
Thank you, Brenton. Good morning. I just wonder what the collective noun for a group of IT experts might be. I won't go there, but wonderful to have you here, and it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all here to Toowoomba Grammar School for today's event. For those I've not yet met, my name is John Kinnerborough. It's my privilege to be the 16th headmaster of Toowoomba Grammar. And whether you have a previous history with the school or whether this is your very first time visiting, you are always welcome, and that is one of the principles by which we always look to operate. And I also acknowledge those who have travelled some distance to be here, and to also acknowledge the efforts of the organising committee, the Mitie conference. A huge number of people get involved to organise an event such as this. I do want to acknowledge you, Ron Robinson, for your efforts, as well as others. And I also acknowledge the presence of Colonel David Lynch, retired, and a member of the Board of Trustees at Toowoomba Grammar School, and also Alexis Hill, CIO from Brisbane Grammar School as well, who will be joining me on the panel. And Susie, welcome to you. Lovely to have you, and I look forward to hearing more, along with vendors and other presenters. Can I just say it is a very unique time for you all to be here at the school, because in 2025, it's our birthday, 150 years. We're calling it Grammar 150. Rarely does a school get to celebrate 150 years unless they remain there for a long time, but we are very excited by that. You may well have seen our 150th flag or the banners up on the big crane. There's one there. It's pretty hard to miss, I might add. But look, I thought I might set the scene and invite you to imagine what it was like here in Toowoomba in 1875, and I often think about these things. Firstly, the population of the entire colony of Queensland at the time was about the current population of Toowoomba today, so about 145,000, if you take in almost 200 if you look at the outer regions, so quite remarkable. And then on the 5th of August, 1875, 500 of Toowoomba's population gathered in Old Queen's Park. That's right here at this location, the site of the soon-to-be constructed school. And in fact, it was criticised for being too far from the town at the time, which is remarkable. And the school's foundation stone was laid down by Chief Justice Lilly, and that's a name that, Alexis, you will know from your connections, and it's upon this event that our 150 celebrations are based. The other thing to note is that the school was founded due to the efforts of local townspeople and businessmen who, along with graziers, farmers of the region, took advantage of what was referred to as the Queensland Colonial Government Grammar Schools Act of 1860. And what the Act encouraged people to do, or communities to do, was set up their own grammar schools. And they did that with financial assistance from the government. So in effect, we refer regularly to the fact that we were built by the community for the community. So the community raised £1,000, the government doubled it. And before you know it, the school was able to commence. And there are today 8 surviving grammar schools. The school was made non-denominational and is overseen by a government-appointed board of trustees, and that structure actually, in effect, remains today. 2 years after the laying of the school's foundation stone, the school started. So in 2027, we're going to have another party. I keep reminding people that it's not over at the end of this year. And on that first day, imagine this, 1st of February 1877, 44 boys arrived at the school. 20 were boarders, 24 were day boys, establishing our tradition as a day and boarding school. And remarkably, 10 of those boys were under 12 years of age. They came from all around Queensland, John Darien, Brisbane, Rocky, Cairns, Maryborough, Cunnamulla. So we have always had a strong connection with regional Queensland. And the boarders lived in Schoolhouse, the main building that you can see or you know, alongside the headmaster. I can assure you that does not happen now. But there was no electricity, no telephones, no sewage, no water, reticulated water that is. And sadly, Mr McIntosh, the first headmaster, died after only just 3 years falling from a horse. Stating the obvious, we are a boys' school first and foremost. We are independent, non-denominational, day and boarding. We have just about 1150 students from prep through to year 12, and almost 300 of those are boarders, and that makes us one of the largest boarding schools in Queensland. And we've been in operation for, as you know, 150 years, and it means we are a well-established element here in Queensland. So we have the tradition, we have the heritage that goes with being a school of that age, and our priority is very much to provide an environment for boys to thrive. Our core business is always teaching and learning. We have adopted a very considered, evidence-informed, explicit instruction pedagogy, and that is from prep through to year 12, and that's based in the cognitive sciences. And of course, like all schools of this ilk, we are complemented by really advanced and developed pastoral care programs, co-curricular, sports, performing arts, community service, and of course a boarding program that lies at the heart of the school. Whilst individual excellence is important, we also celebrate those who put forward their best efforts, because we do believe here at Grammar that irrespective of passions, interests, strengths, weaknesses, everybody or every boy has a place. Let me say this, fundamentally though, we want our boys to leave here to be independent, to be well balanced, to be successful, but fundamentally to be able to function as a human being. And that's the character piece that sits right at the heart of who we are. In fact, I know it's at the heart of every grammar school. And in today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, technology can play and does play a crucial role in helping us achieve our outcomes. And now I think our approach to technology integration mirrors our broader educational philosophy. Structured environments where boys explore, they innovate, they develop their technical, their critical thinking skills, things that they will need for the future, even though no one really knows what that future looks like. Our approach is clearly structured to support their development, and we know that they respond well in those environments. And whilst we know that our boys need support, we are also optimistic about their future. As the workplace evolves with automation, AI, digital integration, adaptability and agility become, I think, essential skills for navigating traditional and emerging career pathways. And at the same time, we are cognizant of workforce shortages in certain industries. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment, because they do all present opportunities in addition to what we would classify as our traditional curriculum offering. So in response, Toowoomba Grammar School has made a significant commitment to investing in 2 transformative facilities. The crane signals that. Firstly, opening at the start of next year as a design, engineering and technology centre, and that will expand our current offering. There'll be a strong emphasis for the junior school in that space, a number of workshops which do capitalise on and enhance our current timber and metalwork frameworks or facilities, engineering workshops, design, robotics, esports centres, and obviously a range of other rooms. 180-seat lecture theatre, virtual reality room and various function spaces. So we're pretty excited that that will open and position us well for the commencement of next year. In addition to that, over the road, for those of you who have driven down Heritage, you may well have noticed some houses shifting. We will be opening an agriculture and industry centre, and that will host specialised programs, particularly in custom-built outdoor-indoor wet labs. Our boys are very much from rural heartland and regional Queensland, and again, large-scale manufacturing workshops, building construction, engineering pathways, furnishing skills, but a really strong emphasis on agricultural science. The buildings are one thing, they will be brilliant, but the subjects we offer, and they will be varied, but I think the real excitement comes from the change in curriculum offering and the ability to connect our boys through that curriculum with real industry right here, right now. We're also developing, as part of that initiative, a really advanced entrepreneurship program that will provide really exciting opportunities for the boys to work closely with businesses on solving those real-world problems, particularly those around environment and sustainability, which are really key. And we know that those facilities will be built in response to growing workforce demands, preparing for the tech-driven global economy, expanding student interest, and it is, we think, and it certainly reflects our commitment to those diverse pathways, because there really is not one for a boy moving forward. So, as technology leaders, as you all are technology leaders, you do bring extraordinary perspectives that we are all keen to hear from and learn from. And I do encourage you to connect with each other, share your insights openly. It's the exchange of ideas that benefits all of us, and particularly as we are navigating an ever-changing and fast-paced world that we operate in. From our perspective, it's an exciting time to be here as we honour our 150-year legacy while we embrace new opportunities, new technologies, and we look forward to sharing that vision with you on an ongoing basis. So thank you for taking the time to be with us and for the important work you are doing. Have a wonderful day. All the best. Thank you.
Just before I go on to our keynote this morning, we'll get these slides advanced a little bit, or maybe we won't. Sorry, there we go. Just wanted to also echo some thanks. There's a number of people that I'd like to thank for putting together today, and Dr. Kinniburgh has mentioned some of them. So Ron Robinson has been an absolute prince of a man pulling together this conference, and we appreciate firstly him reaching out and asking us to run it here, and also all of his help putting it together. We've got the speakers that we'll come to later on to honour, but I'd also like to pay my respects to John Newman over there, who's in our booth from Aquinas College, who has brought all of his own gear to do the streaming for us today. Obviously the Toowoomba Grammar team that are help facilitating things for us today. The Glennie School, who are offering a shuttle bus. I don't know if any of you made use of it, but there was a shuttle bus to and from the airport. We should have known that earlier, perhaps, is what you're saying, but there was, and I thank them for that effort as well. And our sponsors, which is probably the slide before then. We'll come back to that later on. Our sponsors are around the side of the room that you'll get to meet a little bit later on. It's now my pleasure, though, to introduce our keynote. And our keynote, Susie Finkelstein, is speaking about functional teams. And Susie is the Executive Director from Women in Leadership Australia. With over 20 years in leadership development, Susie has focused on transforming the performance of leaders and their teams across various sectors, including education. Her work emphasises the importance of ICT in leadership roles and the development of strategies that incorporate technology to drive organisational success. Would you please join me in welcoming Susie?
Thank you so much, and it's lovely to be working with Mitie again. You can hear me at the back. I get very excited when I get a lapel mic because my little voice becomes big. I am really excited to be working with you today, and this topic is something very close to my heart. I'm just going to get my flicker, thank you. I also would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of country. I actually come from Melbourne, or I live in central Victoria, the Dja Dja Wurrung people, and I think it is just amazing to be able to leave Melbourne and come up here and see green, and also take this time to acknowledge the beautiful country we're on today as well. So you heard a little bit about my background. Women in Leadership Australia is an organisation that I started working with about 16 years ago. I left and I came back, and I actually now consult back to them. But my background is education. So I started off very passionate about learning and development, and that naturally took me out of education to look at, well, adult learning, and particularly around leadership. And what I noticed working in sectors, I was very, very passionate about diversity. So worked in the disability sector, worked in socio-economic, in the challenges around that, and also cultural, and looking at minorities. But what I noticed, working particularly in the space of leadership, is as I started working more in the corporate space, I couldn't understand it, that where I was working with teams that didn't look like me at all. So there just weren't women working at the top level. And it was a real challenge because I was coming from not-for-profit and education, and it was a bit of a shock. And seeing that we were leading organisations and teams, and I was working with CEOs and their teams, and they weren't representing their clients, their demographic, also their organisation. So it started really focusing on inclusive leadership. I became an executive coach and worked with thousands of women in executive roles around Australia. We opened up a Women in Leadership International in the UK, and it was an opportunity for us to really identify how do we create more inclusive spaces. How do we work with organisations? It wasn't about fixing women, it was about really looking at difference. And how do we work with difference? And underlying it all was about understanding people. And after a while of working there, I realised that for me to be working with these senior women, I needed to start actually getting into the space where I was leading my own team. So I became a general manager. And then in 2019 was a wonderful time to step up. The board came to me and said, we're looking for a new CEO. We had no idea what was ahead in 2020, but why not? And we had a global expanse at that point. And of course, 2020 hit and everything changed. Women in Leadership International had to close down. We also had a schools brand, the Nestle schools brand, the National Excellent Schools Leadership Institute, and also ASAM, the Australian School of Applied Management. So it was not only around gender, it was also inclusive leadership in all different spaces. And so I learned that wonderful word about, they told me it wasn't downsizing, it was right-sizing, and we became a lot smaller, but we got through. And it was amazing to be able to shift from doing the work I was doing one-on-one to be able to look at leading teams. And we also have a really big brand in the US and also in New Zealand. So after working through that for a few years, I've thought, you know what, downsizing, right-sizing, I want to get back to what I'm really passionate about. But when I started, Ernst & Young, EY, they got a consortium together, and they said that, you know, we've never gone through a pandemic before. So we're going to pull together CEOs from organisations, very new CEOs, and also CEOs that are very mature in their roles, bring together how are you going to lead organisations through a pandemic when we've never been through one before. And they said they were, we're creating that research, the data, so they can actually learn post-pandemic whenever that was going to become. And they talked about this concept called future back. So what we needed to do is think past a pandemic, and we had no idea how long it was going to go for. Where did we want to be? And I'm sitting around, and we had virtual tables. I'm in Melbourne, everything was in lockdown. And it was interesting seeing the different focus. Well, we need to look at our strategy, we need to look at the bottom line. But what came out really strongly is if we don't understand our people and understand where they're at, we're not going to survive this. And this was the DNA of what I had gone through in terms of my career, is understanding people. And that is what today is about. So today we have the opportunity of not to listen to Steve Jobs, but to learn a little bit about some of his wisdom. And I know that many of you know the dark side of Steve Jobs, definitely not a leadership guru. My husband actually worked with him for many years. What he learnt from that time is Steve had an amazing intuition, really, about understanding how to get the most out of people, to bring in brilliance, and to really develop this identity of understanding that if we look after people, if we understand who they are, if we create teams, then we're going to be better than we can working alone. So today we have some time together where you get an opportunity to have a look at your own team and where you're at. So at the moment, what does your team look like? Now, it's been quite exciting working with Mitie. I've been able to work, and also Vine in Melbourne, working in a few different conferences and having these sort of conversations, learning about what the challenges that you have. I also do work with a lot of schools and their leadership teams. So I have a good understanding of what it's like now, but you're on the ground and keen to know what's happening around you. What are you seeing as the biggest challenges and opportunities as we lead teams in 2025? And then I'm going to give you a few models to look at. One being, firstly, is doing a bit of an audit of where is your team at? Because we know that teams change all the time, depending on when people start in the team, depending on when projects finish. And so you get an opportunity to have a look at, okay, right here and now, this is where my team's at. And then we're going to use the great work of Patrick Lencioni. Has anybody come across Lencioni's work? Great. So he continues to do this, and I encourage you to look him up if this is of interest. He has this model that's very easy for us to identify where you're at in terms of functionality. He calls it the dysfunctions of a team. I'm going to call it the functions of a team and what that actually looks like. And then I'm going to give you another little strategy to pop in your pocket, because one of the things that comes out, one of the areas, is very much about trust, but also accountability. And the line of choice is something that you can utilise very easily and be able to use that language. Has anybody come across the line of choice? Great, okay, so we'll work through that together. So the first thing, Lencioni says, you know what, sometimes it can be really easy. Now this session, you know, I'm not up there, I'm down here, because I really want to hear from you. So the first question I've got, how could it be easy? What makes leading a team easy? We'll go to the painfully difficult. But what do you think makes it, when you think, yeah, this is actually going well, what enables it to go well? What are some factors that make it easy? Just shout it out at me.
Common goal.
Common goal. You're all working in the same direction. Brilliant. Communication. You're on the same, you understand where we're going, we understand what the needs are. Thank you, Brenton. Trust. Yes, you've got my back. Yeah, I can make mistakes and I can own up to it.
I think clear roles and responsibilities.
Clarity of roles and responsibilities, yeah. Being clear who does what and when. That delegation is so important. What about the flip side? The painfully difficult. What makes it challenging and keeps me in business? What makes it difficult? Personalities, yes, it's the people factor, isn't it? Yes, one of the schools I was working with said, you know what, if they could all just be like me, and I know exactly what everyone's doing at any time, why do they all have to be so different? So it is the people factor. There's also other things. What else creates the pain and the challenges beyond the people? Lack of clarity. I thought we were working on this and all of a sudden we're shifting direction. Yeah? What else? Lack of strategy. Don't know the bigger picture, why we're working on it all as well. Yeah. So this is the first question I have for you. What is the difference between a team and a group? I'm about to go and work with an executive team. I'm actually calling them a group. Why? What makes a team? What's the difference between a team and a group? Alignment. Yeah, we're all working on this together. Now, it may not be the actual project, but overall, yeah. What else is the difference between a team and a group? So yes, a team has a leader, so there's somebody there that can actually cascade the message. Communication. Who said communication? Yeah. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, a team isn't talking to each other and they're essentially working individually rather than together.
Yes, yes. So to be able to bring that connection together. Yep. So firstly, this is an important part. Now, sometimes we're not even clear of who's in the team. This person comes and works on this, and then they go and work on that. So how are we defining a team? Now, part of my work today is to bring clarity, and part of it is to confuse and disrupt your thinking as well. So I'm going to get into your heads a bit. So, bounded. So I want you to think about your team. Are you really clear of who is in this team? Are there any times when you think, you know what, we might be crossing over? Or this person's sort of in and out. So being really clear, the team that we're talking about today for you, you don't have to share who you're thinking about, but it's really important to think about because that's going to change the stages as well. The next one, long enough to learn. Now, I like this word stable, I wish. What gets in the way of that? Turnover. Yeah, you finally have everybody working together. It took you so long to bring this new person on board, and all of a sudden they're going somewhere else. Yeah. So moving in and out. So when they turn over of the team, that's one thing. What else causes the instability?
Disruption, change.
Yeah, tell us about disruption.
Well, you can look at things like AI. You have a plan in terms of what you think technology is going to look like for the next couple of months, and then generative AI comes in, and that can change the stability of a team, but also a group.
Yeah.
Change the strategy, underlying focus, and.
Yeah. Can you all hear that without a mic? Can you hear voices up the front? No, we might need to use mics, sorry. Yes, so having that stability, working long enough, working on something. And then finally, this interdependence is really important. We're going to talk about collective results. So this is about, well, next time. Members must interact and share this common purpose. So we spoke about that before, having that vision and understanding. Now, these slides are going to be shared as well, aren't they? Yeah, so don't feel like you need to write everything down. We'll definitely send them to you. So this is important, firstly, to think about the team and the group. The next part are what are the challenges? And I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about your current team at the moment. What's working really well? So at your tables, have a quick conversation. Think about what is working well at the moment. Where are your pain points? What's most challenging right now? It may be continuing, it may be something quite recent, but just give you a couple of minutes to have a think about what's going on for you now. At your table groups, we'll just have 5 minutes of that. Thank you.
Sorry, Dakota's supposed to be here to pass around, but I'm happy to pass the mic around.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Grab that up.
I think she gave it. Oh no, yep. Hey, Ronan, are you okay if I just turn it off here, just so I can talk at tables? Okay.
Live stream right up.
thank you. If you could start wrapping up those conversations. So I'm keen to hear top 3 challenges. What are you experiencing? Now there's some I spoke to a couple of tables and interesting changes that have been happening as well. Kevin, would you mind being oh, I know. Never talk to the facilitator during the breaks. We are going to have to use the mics because we are live streaming and just want to capture, yeah.
Okay, there's a balance between two environments, especially when you're doing new staff. So in one breath you can have new staff, new worker bees while you're the manager of that. Conversely, you've also got the situation where you're the manager bringing into a whole new group of team people from there and trying to change the culture of those environments.
Wow.
And that's the balance that this table has on both sides.
So Kevin, new manager to a team that, well, a group of people that were working all in their own agenda, doing their thing, and all of a sudden you're bringing them in as the team leader.
Yeah, and I'm focusing them on the projects that we need to do to move Valley Q forward.
Right. Doesn't sound simple. Painfully difficult. Ah, there we go. So we're going to call on the simple parts as well. And they're over here as well. Would you mind talking about some of the challenge that you had and the difference that you had, Matt?
So one of the issues that we discussed here, I've had 2 line managers for the last 2 years, reporting through to 2 executive staff members, and the conflicting sort of agendas that they have, I guess. That's...
Yep, so now you're going to have one.
Oh yeah, sorry, so as of Friday, one of them's resigned and we're not replacing that position, which is nice. So yeah, things will be a little bit more streamlined, I guess.
Fantastic. So I think we can see the real challenge as well when you've got to, and they were also representing different parts of the school as well, so they had different agendas. So how important it is to be able to bring it together, to bring the leadership together and have that clarity as well. Jeremy, you also spoke about some of the challenges that you notice.
Oh yeah, so we've just reached close to 1,000 students, and we've noticed as a team of 3 in IT that there's a lot of pressure, and with that pressure for the workload comes distraction, so we're not able to focus on the projects that we're wanting to complete. So we've been umming and ahhing about, should we hire a junior, can we hire this person? We've had a lot of pushback from leadership. There's constraints on budget, like there's a no for hiring another person. So what do? How do we focus on projects? That's been difficult.
So that's another one to consider, growth and how do we respond? And also something really interesting about distractions. How do we stay? What other challenges did you hear at your table that we haven't talked about? If you think about the top challenges, what would be one that you heard at your table that we haven't heard? Sounds like it could be painfully simple. Any challenge? Okay. Thanks, Dan.
We've got a room full of introverts, don't we? We talked about a couple. One is I lead other leaders now, and it's painfully obvious that in education there's a real gap in actually developing leadership capability. The common story is we see someone who's a great technician or a great marketing person or a great teacher, and then a leadership position opens up and we go, oh, you're great at that, therefore you'll be great in this leadership role, but it's a whole different set of skills. And we wonder why then it falls apart. So that's an ongoing challenge, and I think we need to look at. And then it's not so much as big a deal, I think, in the IT space as some of the other areas I lead, but that adaptability and leading people through change, and that idea that in particular, when change is necessary, I think we forget that there's often a sense of loss involved there, that people who are confident and capable doing things a certain way often struggle to let go and do things a different way because suddenly they're no longer competent or an expert in that area. So there's some of the challenges we're coming up against.
Thank you. And I think that idea, that concept of we promote the technical expertise, but really understand, and it's everywhere. You know, I coach surgeons, I coach lawyers, engineers, and they step up because, and they've worked so hard to get to where they are. But understanding how to position a team and lead team. Now, it's not in today's presentation, but I encourage you to have a look at Jason Clark's 4 Doors for Change. Have you come across Jason? So that's an amazing model, Australian owned as well, about understanding change, but particularly loss. And it's very easy to work with a team, and he has a great TED talk as well. So today we're talking about the real challenge around, thank you, about understanding people and how to bring people together when there's different things happening. So the first part of it is we need to recognise where we're at in terms of the stages. Now, this was created by Tuckman and Jensen quite a long time ago. You can see 1977. And we still notice that these stages are relevant. I'm going to go through them. I'm going to ask you, where do you think you are in terms of your team? Now, the first thing, before we even start looking at, because the next part of this session, it's you really focusing on the team that you're part of. Now, which is your team A? Is your team A the team that you're part of and reporting to a manager? Or is your team A the people that you're leading? Which one do you think is your team A? The team that you're part of and reporting up, so you've got colleagues there, peers, or the team that report to you. And when I ask team A, this is where your allegiance, your thinking is always, the alliance. What do you think is your team A? Kevin? You have to stop looking at me with a smile. Which one? Upwards. Upward is your team A. Can you explain why?
For me,
Oh. Sorry.
Terrible. That's why I'm a team A. Upwards. From my perspective, I'm being brought on to deliver the service. The resources that I have are my team. So my job is to make sure that my team is working the way that the organisation wishes to do, and I'm expecting to deliver results based for them.
Right. So, Kevin and Lencioni would like your answer. Because for Kevin to lead his team, he needs to be really clear on what's required and part of the bigger picture. Now, that doesn't always happen. Why do most people think that Team A are the people that report to them? And it makes sense. Why? You gave me a nod, Alexis. Can I give you a mic? Why do you think?
Often I think that's the group that you feel comfortable in as a leader. I'm not sure if I'm answering this correctly.
Yeah.
And that other group, on Kevin's point, for me, it's probably a combination of both. I don't know if that's the right answer or not. I often sometimes find that a group that I report up to, and I know this is being live streamed, but we, you know, I struggle a little bit because we're running a commercial business, and some of my colleagues are very good at what they do in terms of driving education, but we're running a commercial business. So sometimes I find that challenging in a CIO's role, where you've got other colleagues that are focused more on the teaching and learning, which is our core business, absolutely, but we also run, you know, in our case, a fairly substantial business as well. And then I think you have the part where you've set your team and you're leading your team, you've got a really clear direction, really clear strategy. So often I think you can sit in both, but I think both of them have interesting contexts and environments in which you need to operate in.
Absolutely, you've nailed it. Thank you. So it is very important to remember that The people that report to us, that's why we get paid to do what we do. We need to make sure resources, getting things done, but we are part of the bigger picture. And this challenge as well in so many schools. We just did a huge survey for the executive team of what they think the senior executive team at a school I'm working with. And all the execs are saying, we need more teaching and learning. This is not a business. Why have we got, all of those areas, all of those roles on that senior exec team? They shouldn't be. It should all be teachers. And there's that real tension. So being part of that, be able to see the bigger picture, this is what we need to run this school. We need all of these academics and also the focus, but we also need the commercial elements as well, and everything in between. So it's really understanding that our team A is where we're going to have that clarity. That's our responsibility. And then we need to focus. So I encourage you today to think about the team reporting to you. And if you don't have a team reporting to you at this point, think about the team that you're part of. Now, in terms of a number as well, what would you say would be the largest number that you think a team can be functional in? And I'll give you a hint. For a team to be functional, you need to be able to have a meeting where people can actually advocate, they can inquire, they can challenge each other, they're not just reporting in. They can solve problems, they can innovate. What do you think would be the biggest number? And there's no right or wrong around this, just have a go. Just shout out a number. 8 is pretty big, yeah? It's usually around 8 to 10, yeah? 3 is also probably the minimum. So anywhere between 3, 8 to 10, sometimes 12 can be tricky, and you might get subgroups. So it's really thinking about how many people are coming together. And I know with a lot of you, you probably have different contractors coming in as well. So where do they sit? So for today, think about the team reporting to you, and if you have a team that is around that number. Hands up if you're pretty clear and you've got a team. I'm not going to ask you, but just put your hand up so I can see, are you clear on the team that you're looking at today? Just hands up. Okay, so just a couple of people who are sort of thinking about where and how. So the first one, I want you to think about, for this team, where are they at? Now, if they're in the forming stage, and remember this is not time-wise either. So if they're in the forming stage, they're coming together and they're sort of working out who's who. Now, some teams never progress past this because things are changing all the time. So they're thinking about the agendas, there's an excitement and also a bit of anxiety about how do we work, who does what. So it's very much tiptoeing. We don't really get to hear their opinions very much, and we don't actually get an opportunity to know all of them together at once, working together. So if they're the next stage, you start seeing different sides. So there's some questioning, some challenging. There's a bit of an agenda. You start seeing people push their agenda a bit, or their territory. They're starting to, there might be a little bit of avoidance, a little bit of friction in there as well. Now, some teams don't progress past this. Then, if we do get past that, challenging authority, then we go to norming. Now, norming is when we start seeing team goals working together, learning about who we can rely on. We can see as well how we can give feedback. We can start speaking up. Where we want to land is performing. Really clear on the goal, lots of confidence. We can have those robust conversations. We feel like they've got our back, and we can speak up very openly. And then the final one, which they actually added later, is adjourning. Adjourning is a really important part, and sometimes we forget, Because sometimes teams are only brought together to work on a piece of work, and then all of a sudden we're in another one. And so that adjourning time is about, yeah, we worked on this, and now we're ready to work on the next one. Now, we can stay in one team, in one stage for a long time. We might get to norming, and then we have 2 people leave the team, or 1 person leave the team, or our focus changes, the budget changes, the priority changes, and we need to go back to starting who's who, how we're going to work. All right, hands up. Hands up if you think your current team is informing. Brand new teams, and is that because of time, do you think, setting it together? Yeah. Okay, what about hands up storming? Starting to... Brenton, can you tell us a little bit about storming? What does it look like?
Well, I think, that's right, there's a microphone. I think for us it's because there's been so many personnel change over the last couple of years, and so I put my hand up for storming, but I think we're sort of storming into norming at the moment, not quite all the way in there, but it's because of the changes in personnel over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so things coming and people coming and going can make that tricky as well. Okay, what about norming? Hands up if you think your team's norming. You don't need to talk. Okay, just a hand up. Would somebody with a hand up like to talk about what it looks like for norming? No? Okay, thanks, Ron. And interesting how long it's been. How long has the team been doing this?
How long has it been happening?
Yeah.
To answer that, I'd have to go back to the storming phase, because I've been with this school for 3 years, almost. And one of the things that I found when I got here was that storming was prevalent, but I think I may have a different view of what storming in that team was like. So for me, and I was lucky enough to have a completely new team with me now. One member of that team I didn't want to lose, but I lost them. But of the ones that left, they actually left an opening where I could actually create a group that was cohesive from the ground up. There wasn't any agendas previously. For me, the norming at my team now is we understand what our goal is, and thankfully they're young and they're like big sponges, and it's nice to be able to throw out all these ideas and topics and have people take them willingly. So for me, our team now understands what our goal is, and we've had a couple of people comment today, and I agree wholeheartedly. First and foremost in education, you're a business. If you don't get the business right, you're not going to be there to deliver education outcomes. At the end of the day, you've still got to pay your bills, you've got to pay your staff, and your staff aren't going to stay around if you're not paying them. So the business has to come first. When the business side of the house, the operations side of the house, gets their part of it right, and their strategies, their goals and ambitions right, we fall in under that. For me, IT is an enabling force for any organisation, so we have to understand what those goals and objectives are and how do we facilitate that. And I think for a lot of technicians, they do stay in the technology, in the technician space too long, and they seem to, they don't know how to make that leap from technician to management, and it is a very different mindset. And it's one I struggled with personally for a lot of years. I don't know that I still got it right. Some people might say yes, some people would probably say no, and some people would go, what the hell's he talking about? But for me, my group is now on that journey where they understand what their role is, and they understand that they are there to make sure that other people can do and achieve what they are set out to do. So my group's kind of good. I'd like to get them into the performing side of it.
What do you think you need to do to get them to performing?
There's a lot of different things, to be honest. Education is one of those things, but also that, and I come from a corporate background, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but I come from a corporate background, so when I came into the education sector, I didn't know whether I was Arthur or Martha, to be honest, and it did take me a little while to adjust, but for me, having that common goal and a common understanding of why we do what we do, that for me is the part that it was able to get my team all on the same page. So, but like I said, performing is where I want to go next, but that's going to take some time.
Yep.
They're really good at what they do. I'm not taking away from my team at all. They're really good at what they do, but we're still concentrating in that layer of putting out fires. I need to move them beyond putting out fires. I need them to be ahead of those fires so that instead of dealing with fires, we're dealing with embers and they haven't got out of control yet.
Yeah. So rather than reactive, being able to be in front of it.
Proactive would be wonderful, yeah. But like I said, it comes with time, but I'm hoping this year we might be able to kick a few of those goals.
Yeah. So step by step as well. And I think we heard from Kevin before about one thing at a time, you know, break it down. And that's when we can get to performing. Is there anybody here who thinks that they're part of a performing team? I know you're going to be scared to put your hand up because you know I'm going to ask you. Could we hear from a couple of performing to see how did you get there and what does it look like? Could we have the mics go?
So I feel that clear goal, a clear understanding of what your position is in that team really helps allow that performance to happen. There's no fighting over who's doing what or whose task it is. And so I think that in the beginning I tried to create that really clear understanding of, you know, this is your position in that space. And so, you know, when someone from an executive has a task that needs to be completed, it's very easy to align who is supposed to be doing that task. And also, because there's that very clear definition, it doesn't create that arguing, that bickering over, you know, this is my space or that's your space, because everyone knows what that space looks like. And that just allows work to take place. I also feel that you've got to have the right people in your team for that performing to take place. And that took some time. I had to change a few particular person out before that could happen and bring a particular one on. And, you know, I feel like right now the team feels very comfortable. You know, they're in a space where they can operate without having to fear their position or worry about other people, and so they can rock up to work and just get straight into it. Very happy to have discussions with each other or ask for help. And I just feel that has allowed us to create a really a place where you can come to work and just do the things you need to.
Fantastic. And we're going to actually draw on a lot of what you said there, because when we look at Lencioni's model, what I'm hearing, there's a lot of trust. And would you say that they're actually able to have conflict, you know, constructive conflict and challenge each other?
Conflict is an interesting space when you have introverts in your team. And so I think the trust and the comfort with each other means that they wouldn't necessarily need to have conflict. It would be more a comfortable conversation or an ask for help, and there wouldn't be any backlash from that.
Right, okay. And we're going to go there because I think conflict's a really interesting part of how do we become better if we can't challenge each other. What does that look like? How do we create some norms around that as well? Anything different, would you say, in terms of what's enabled your team to be performing? Could we get the mic over? Sorry, I can't see your name. And anyone else that had performing, is there anything else that you could share that it's enabled? Because these are really helpful to be able to hear what's happening on the ground. Thank you.
I think now that the mic's been brought over, no, there's probably nothing different. But I'd agree. It's I think we're very much at the keep it extremely simple stage. That's where I'd place our group. But you've just, as a few speakers have said, getting the right people in the team is very important. But also working with, you know, people that you might have worked with for decades, having that relationship and is important as well. But when opportunities arise, get the best people in. Sometimes it's not because you're a genius recruiter; it's because somebody appears who fits in well. Beyond that, keep it simple. I mean, I think at the end of the day, people are responsible for their own attitude and their own performance. I think there was an Australian athlete said the other day, at the end of the day, it's on you, how you perform. You're the one that you have to answer to, not somebody else. So we're lucky to have people like that. And yeah, otherwise, same as what other people have reported.
So it's really understanding the people. I think that's a huge part of that. And some people you've worked with for a long time, but it's also, why do people stay? What are they gaining as well? And I know sometimes we can't keep people there, even though we've got a really good environment, but it's how do we enable people to grow, to engage, and to commit their time as well. So that performing piece, sometimes it happens for a short time and then we're back to the beginning because others have left or the agenda's changed, etc. But we need to really learn from what made that performance happen and what does that actually look like. And then finally, of course, there's the adjourning, which we usually don't spend a lot of time in because we're already ready for the next piece, the next team, the next project. So where I'd like to take you now, thinking about your team, is about which function do you need to focus on to create true, highly functional team. So Patrick Lencioni has written quite a few books. The first one that really took everybody's attention, got everyone's attention, was called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. And it's a great story, and he's actually turned it into a graphic novel or a comic where he brings in a CEO to an organisation. She doesn't know anything about the background of the organisation. She's not an expert in the area, and the organisation's not doing well. And they have an executive team that have been working there for a long time, and it's a bit of a whodunit in terms of who's going to stay and who's going to leave. And he weaves the story through so that he can get a really good view of the different functions and how different leaders were able to lead these functions well. So it's easy to remember because it's a pyramid. And what I love about this is that we can see right in the beginning that we have the biggest platform. So for a team to be highly functional, we need to have trust. Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you, which of these five do you think you need to focus on? And then I'm even going to ask you to stand up and move and talk to others in the same function. So have a think about, when I'm going through, thinking about your team A, which part do you think you need to focus on? Which is actually doing okay? So the first part is about trust. And I'll talk you through what trust looks like in terms of, are we doing well? And I'm going to ask you to scale it from 1 to 10 for your team. So we need to have that space, and we've heard about it before. And sorry, I've forgotten your name. Josh? People have got their back. People feel that they can, whether it's make mistakes. Amy Edmondson's done some amazing work about failing and how we need to set people up to fail well, because that's when we can challenge norms. When we've got trust, we can do that. We can learn from mistakes. We can speak up. The next one is this word called conflict. Now, conflict is a dirty word. So sometimes we might call it, Josh, could we call it energizing conversation, or a difficult conversation, or a conversation that needs to be had. Conflict has this, negative view about it. But why do you think conflict is so important? I can't tell you how many leaders I've worked with and they've said, Susie, we're all good, we're on the same page, we all agree. And then I go and speak to their team members and they say, oh, we know what not to raise. We know what not to talk about. So conflict is so important. Why? Why do we need it? Thank you. Sorry, I just need the mic.
It's an opportunity not just to open the dialogue, but to be able to sort of exercise different opinions and bring different things to the table, and therefore everyone gets a say.
Exactly.
Which is great. And it's an opportunity to learn and grow as well. And I think of that in the context of my own marriage. My wife is conflict averse. She really is. But she's started to learn, because we've only been married 4 years. she started to learn that this is actually something that can be productive and helpful as we sort of learn and grow together.
Absolutely, and that's a beautiful analogy, and I think we talk about constructive conflict. We need to be able to say what we're thinking. We need to be able to ask the question. Now, if you think about, in your mind's eye, go to a team meeting, who are the people that's speaking the most? Who's around that table that never speaks? Are we hearing, or sometimes is it the meeting before? So we know that there's 4 meetings. There's usually the meeting before, as Alexis and I are walking in. We're having the meeting that really counts. Then we're sitting in the meeting, but then I've got the meeting in my head. This is what we should be talking about, and we're not. And then there's the meeting after, where Damien and I walk out and we make the decisions about what's going to happen. So there's 4 meetings. So it's really thinking about how do we make the meeting together the meeting, where I can talk about the things that are worrying me that I was hearing from Alexis walking in, and I know that Damien's going to ask me after, so that we can talk about it here. Now, sometimes we need to have one-on-ones before and after to make sure that happens. So conflict is about that challenge. The next one after conflict is think about, what are we committing to? We heard about before, clarity. Are we working on the same thing? I worked with a leader recently and he said, okay, what I need to do now is when I ask, are we all on the same page? They all just look at me and I never hear, and then they just walk out and do their own thing. So are we on the same page? And if Brad doesn't say anything, I want to ask, Brad, tell me, why aren't you on the same page? So I want you to actually speak up and tell me what's not working and what is working. So when you're silent, I'm going to assume you're not on board, and flip it over so that we can really encourage this. I worked with an organisation and they actually created KPIs, have a difficult, energising conversation once every 2 weeks, because we weren't talking about the things that really mattered. So we needed to create that space. The next one, this is the heart of it. Accountability. It is all about how do we hold others accountable. What we're responsible for, but we need to hold each other accountable. And that is the hardest thing. Why do you think accountability is so difficult? In all teams, it's the one thing that shows up that we actually don't have, not working, we don't have trust. Why is accountability so difficult? Do we have a brave person? Why is accountability so hard? Thank you. Sorry, could we have the mic? Thank you. It's the one thing that organisations and teams say, we don't hold each other accountable.
I guess it's admitting that you made a mistake and you might not know something that you should know, for example.
Yeah, and giving me feedback as well. To actually hold people accountable, we need to have feedback. We need to have open conversations about, we said we were going to be doing this, Karen, but we didn't actually get there. What's going on? This is what we agreed to, the commitment. But I'm seeing it looks quite differently now. So how do we actually hold each other accountable? And then the final one, and this is the one we usually think it's all about, is results. Now, these results are different because we're calling them collective results. So this means that even though I'm doing my bit, others may not be, which means that my results, it's not all about my results, it's about what am I doing to contribute? What am I actually going to sacrifice so that the team can do what they need to do, even though I've been working so well on my own? And Kevin's going to have a real challenge with that because everybody would have had their own individual results, and that's the way they were measured. And then all of a sudden, we're measuring the whole team. And that's a very, very different piece. Okay, so your role now is to give yourself a score for each one of them. And if you haven't got anything to write it down, pop it on your phone or something, because then I'm going to ask you which one is the one that stands out. So, how would you rate the level of trust in your team? Now, if you're down here, right down at 1, you would be seeing that people don't speak up, they're hesitant, they watch out, there's no psychological safety. Has anybody come across that term, psychological safety? So psychological safety is when we can say, I don't know this, or I can ask the question that other people might think is silly. So when we hold back, we're very guarded. Now, up the other end, we know each other. We can say, hey, I'm having a bad day. We can ask for help. We can say, you know what, I didn't do my best work on that. I think I may have missed something. We can also ensure that we're there for each other. So up there at 10, down there at 1. Do we have any 10s? Really good question. Really good question. And I'm sure you have some in your team that would be very high. Now, if we're going back to collective results, that's where it breaks down. Because you might have, working with this team, part of my team, doing really well, and I can speak up and they can talk to me about it. But when I go over there, yeah. So you've either got factions, but it's brilliant to be able to leverage this. It's how do you work with the others so that you can have that collective result. Thanks for that question. So do we have any 10s? And I won't bring the microphone to you, I promise. Do we have any 10s? We have it? No, nearly. You do have a 10? Brilliant. Okay, 10. Can I break my promise? And just hear, what does it look like? If I had a camera following you around this week, what would I see at a number 10?
Well, I suppose from my point of view, it's about forming a strong relationship with each person in your team, being encouraging, making people understand that it's okay to come forward. And if they feel like they've made a mistake, just go, look, it's okay, let's try and work through this.
Yeah, brilliant. And sometimes we actually need to congratulate them for making a mistake because they thought about this or they followed through, and then it's looking at how can we do better. Yeah. Okay, so if I'm following you around with my video camera, what would I see for conflict? So down here, this is where everything looks great. We never say a word out of line. Nobody says what they're really thinking. They walk out of the meeting and they will have their own agenda. There could be quite a bit of resentment as well, the rolling of the eyes, the lack of engagement. And there could be the point scoring as well, that competition with each other as well, because they're really looking out for themselves. Whereas up here, there's going to be robust conversation. Now, we may not call it conflict, but we will know people's opinions. We'll know when people don't agree, and we'll know how to talk through that as well. Lencioni talks about mining for conflict and how to encourage people to learn how do we disagree with each other. A lot of people find that very hard, as Josh said before. And also culturally. I'm working with somebody at the moment and she said, I do not speak up to anyone older than me. That's what I've been brought up with. So it's really hard when my manager says to me or in the team something that I don't agree with. It just goes against everything I've been taught. So how do we make it safe to have those candid conversations? And often there's a dynamic debate in this as well. Real-time permission. I know this is contentious. We're going to come back to it. Let's put it in the car park. We'll come back. Now let's talk about it. This may not be the time to bring it up. Thank you for bringing it up, but we're going to hold it. Or do we get back to it? So 10 and 1, or somewhere in the middle. Do we have any 10s? Is there anybody here think, yeah, we do conflict really well? I don't think I've been in a group where people say that. And I won't ask microphones, I promise. But do we have more? Hands up if you're between 5 and 1. 5 and 1, so not really doing conflict well. So around that area. Hands up if we're 5 and 10. So more fun. Wow, that's great. Okay, so lots of candid conversations. All right, let's go to the next one, commitment. Now this is a really interesting one. We've heard so much about clarity. So down here, we don't know what we're agreeing to. I thought we said we'd do this and all of a sudden we're doing that. Or there's just a consensus, but we're not really clear on why or how. And also there's a real hesitancy to be really clear about what it is. And when there are questions asked, we don't get good answers. Whereas on the other side, we've got that real buy-in, that engagement. People are clear of what they need to do and what they need to stop doing as well. And this is an interesting one about cascading that information so that we're all clear and the people working with you can talk about to the people that they're working with. So it's not just about in this team, this is cascading. Do we have any, so 5 to 10, hands up if you think you're up at that end. Okay, there's some clarity. What about 5 to 1? Do we have some people where it's still ambiguous? Or you don't want to put your hand up to show that. Okay, the next one. This is, yes, question. Can we just have a mic? Thank you.
Just on the commitment one, which I've found a bit different in education to other sectors that I've worked in.
Why?
It's like I've come from mining and then I've come from government and you know, they're very commercial orientated business, particularly mining. We've all got a really clear goal of why we're there and what we want to achieve. I'm not saying you don't have that in education, but what I found in commitment particularly is this desire for perfection. And so then it is really challenging when we've committed to a plan or an action, but we can't do it at 110%, but we can do it at 90%. I don't know if others have found that in education, but that desire to, particularly for my school, to be the best and that desire to be the perfection sometimes comes at a result of the actual result.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anyone else can relate to that, but I find that challenging.
What do you think?
In leading a team.
Is that puts pressure, which can actually, thinking about that pyramid, it can erode it, and particularly up here as well. So thinking about that, we need to get it 100% right. Not the minimal viable product, not the MVP, we need to have it perfect. And thinking about what that means as well, and how does that turn up the pressure for us? Because if we want to go back down, thinking about conflict, and have those big conversations, that's when we really need to learn about what does excellence look like for us. Because it might be a little bit different. What are we measuring? And I love this question, what does success look like? Are we really clear what success looks like and what it doesn't look like? And how do we measure that? And what do we need to do in order for us to have that success? So thinking about accountability. So right down the end, there's that flakiness. We're just not sure what we're saying yes to. We're not holding people up. We said we were going to do this, and then all of a sudden a deadline changes and something moves on and we don't even talk about it. So there's a real avoidance to, well, hang on, it was actually your part of it that contributed. Why weren't we able to go live at a certain point? We don't actually hold each other accountable. Or, really challenging, we don't see it. So might one-on-one have the conversation, but are you bringing it to the team to say, hey, I'm working with Susie on this. This is what's needed. We realised that we were a bit slow because this didn't happen, and now we're going to. So this accountability up here looks at, this is the standard we've agreed to, this is what success look like, and this is how we're going to make sure it happens. Do we have any 10s for accountability? That we really speak up and look at each other and say, yep, this is what matters. Often when we have high trust, we're able to give that feedback. Where would you say you are in accountability? Just give us a number, you don't have to talk through it. About 5? Yeah, tell us why. And that often does happen.
Partly because I do have some younger people on my team, and the fear is when you try and hold them accountable, they get quite upset. And so I'm almost afraid sometimes to bring up an accountability piece. And that, yeah.
So it sounds like the trust is building up, backing them, but how do we have, and would you say conflict? Can you have conflict? Can they challenge each other?
I don't have too much conflict in
Right.
the team. Yeah, it's just more just if there's a task or something that hasn't sort of finished.
Yeah.
Trying to raise that accountability.
Yeah. So it's trying to bring it up as well. How do we have those conversations that really can make a difference in terms of who did what, and to make sure that it's not about you, it's the personal part. I believe in you, because that's when we've got the high trust. I believe in you, you've got the skills, this is what we need to be doing. It's this piece of work that didn't happen. So how do we create that shift as well and hold on to those high standards? Now finally, do we have any people here that says, we actually work for the collective results? So down here, it is all about, this is what I'm employed to do, this is my patch, I deliver. Whereas up here, I'm actually going to sacrifice some of my work, time, to go and help this. And it might put us back, but I know as a team, we have to do it overall. Do we have anybody that thinks that they're up there, working as a team all the time? Fantastic. Josh, are you happy for me to bring a mic? Can I bring a mic to you as well? Thank you. So what does it look like? If I had that video camera, what does it look like?
We've had many moments where, you know, something happens in organisation where you've got to achieve something in a short amount of time. We have a culture in our team where everyone will drop what they're doing and work towards the goal. All hands on deck scenario. No one goes and sits in the corner and waits for the hard work to be done. It's everyone will lend a hand to achieve that. And it's not even like I have to ask. It's I walk in and say, hey, we've got to achieve this, or this is done by the end of the day, and they all just stand up and know that we've got to go and work towards that. And I feel like that's a team that's working towards that collective result, because they're there for the mission, there to achieve what's got to be done, no matter what that looks like.
Fantastic. That's so good to hear. And I love that. That's a really easy way to think about it. Tools down, this is the problem. Even though I was really working on this and I was so proud of it and we're nearly there, I'm going to put that aside because this is what the team needs as well. Anything different for what if we had that video camera? What would we see? Thank you, making you run. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I wouldn't necessarily say we're a perfect 10, but we'd be at the upper end of that scale, but we work really hard at that too. So, you know, our fortnightly meetings, we spend a lot of that time, not on operational stuff, but on culture. And we talk about what our vision and purpose of the team is. We're there to enrich learning and what our core values are. And we spend more time talking about that than on the operational side of things. And at our day planners each day, that's an opportunity for people to say, actually, I'm struggling with this, I need some help with this, because we're trying to achieve these team goals. And so then people can volunteer to help out others to achieve those goals. So
fantastic.
You've got to work hard at it, you know.
Yeah, and what we're hearing, it needs to be consistent, a consistent message. And so you can hear that all the way through to get there, it's being really clear. What's our why? Has it changed? Is this helping us get there? So when Kevin spoke about before, one thing at a time, it's that group vision and what that actually looks like as well. So when you think about your team, which is the function that you think you need to focus on the most? Which function do you need to focus on for yourself as well? So sometimes our team needs to work on this, but I need to start really need to get better at bringing those people on the side in. So I need to build them trust, but overall the team might be working on commitment. So have a think about, from your 5 that you wrote down, which is the one that stands out for you, and what needs to be a priority. And I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes as a table conversation. I'm not going to get you up and moving, I don't think. As a table conversation, which one out of these 5, and what's something that you could be doing as well? Which one do you notice needs the attention? And what could you be doing? Just a few minutes conversation at your tables.
Just another 2 minutes to wrap up those conversations. Thank you, everyone. Some great conversations. And some people coming into new teams and looking at, yeah, looks like everyone's trusting. Interesting, I've never seen anyone challenge anyone in a meeting. What is that about? Or understanding the difference between the way we used to do things and how we're going to get commitment to do things differently. We've always done it this way. It always works. It's not broken. Why are we trying to fix something that's not broken? So I really encourage you, when you're working with your teams, you can do an online assessment, a free online assessment. If you go to Lencioni's website and ask your team to do it, see what they say. What do we need to work on as a team? The more visibility and openness about functional teams, the better. Now, before we go to morning tea, I have a little tool that I'd like to share with you that enables us to utilise all of what we've spoken about, but create a language around it. And this is a great tool to have to think about if you're wanting to really transform culture, but also to create unity. The line of choice. So I'm going to take you in your mind's eye to your worst meeting. This is a meeting where people are sitting around and they are choosing not to engage. Now, if I had, and they're all pretty much thinking, feeling like the system is against them. If I had a video camera, what would I see in this really bad meeting? What would I see? And I'll repeat it back so we don't need to use mics. If I had a video camera, what would I see in this really bad meeting? The meeting that you walk out and think, What was the point of that? No one's talking. No one's contributing. What else? They wouldn't be nodding. I wouldn't be getting nods.
The body language.
Body language closed. No one wants to listen. What are they doing?
Playing with their devices.
Probably on their phone.
Playing chess or something.
Yeah, it looks like they're on their laptop, but they're actually doing, or it looks like they're following the meeting, but they're on something else. Yeah.
Texting.
It's easier to just send out an email.
Yeah, you're thinking, what is the point? They're not even here. Texting, they're not here. And if we were to hear, if they did speak, what sort of things? What's the tone? How would, pardon? Aggression. Short. Sharp. They're probably blaming others. It's not me, it's them. Oh yeah, that'd be right. That's what they always say. So what we probably would get down here would be some blame. And there'd probably be a bit of, well, I did my bit. A bit of excuses. And, whoa, that wasn't me. We didn't say we were going to do that. I don't even know what that's about. That wasn't something I agreed to. So in the worst meeting, they are taking this victim space. Now, this is a great one to take to your meeting, to start shifting the culture, because at any one point, we have the opportunity to think more in a responsible mindset. And that is the role of our people leaders, to shift the culture. So I'm going to take you to your best meeting now in your mind's eye. I have a video camera. What am I going to see? I'm going to see nodding. What else am I going to see? People are engaged. How? What does it look like when people are engaged? Sitting up, leaning forward, talking, contributing. What else would be happening if I was to hear?
There'll be some difference of opinions. There'll be some challenging.
Challenges, difference of opinion. Pardon? But moderated, yeah. Right tone of voice. What are they doing? They're not doing that. They're not blaming. They're not making excuses. They're not denying. What are they doing? They're feeding back, yeah, speaking up. So they're actually taking some ownership of what's happened. What else are they doing? Pardon? New ideas, yes. This is what we could be doing, and probably even accountability for that. I think we could be doing this, and this is what it could look like. And they're taking responsibility. Now, the great thing about this tool is that once you talk about it and say, okay, from now on, we're not going to be blaming them. We're not going to be blaming the budget. We're not going to be blaming admin. We're actually going to start shifting the thinking and the talking about it. And we're going to utilise a line of choice. We say, hang on, that was a little bit below the line. Now, the challenge is it can be really comfortable being in bed. It unifies us. When we're BED, when we're in bed, it actually unites us. It's not us, it's them. That'd be right. We do our thing, but they don't. The problem is when we're down there too long. So when we can use the line of choice and say, hang on, look, that was a little bit below the line of me for saying that. What I think we need to do is shift it. How can we look at this differently? And this could be a really good one. We were talking about, sorry, I don't know your name. No, behind you. Yeah, we were talking about commitment. How do we get people to commit to new things? This is a great one for commitment and accountability, because we can start really being clear as well that, okay, now there's a challenge with below the line. I've seen it used for the dark side. In what way? If you introduce this to your team, and you can have a bit of fun with it as well, what could go wrong with this tool, do you think? They could be staying down there and saying, you know what, it's below the line, but I don't care. I've had it. This is da-da-da-da-da. So you're naming it and you're giving them permission to be there. What we need to do is to be able to shift it. We need to be able to create a way out. Now, the challenge is you might be feeling below the line. The decisions come down and everything's changed. We've got something to deliver that we didn't agree on. So the leader really needs to get their head around, how do I bring more of an accountability focus? Okay, this is what it is. This is where we wanted it to be, but this is where it is. What are we going to do with it? The decisions come down, and I want to tell you, I agree with it because we're going to do A, B, and C. I can see a way forward. So this is a really important part. How do you get your head around this beforehand? Any questions about below the line? You've used it before, Alexis, did you say? Yeah? Did you talk about it openly with the group?
Yeah, we have a team behaviour, so we have above the line, below the line. Yeah, so we call it out in team meetings, and it took a while because we've gone through such a period of change, but we're now above the line. But we do allow to go below the line because there are circumstances that you do need to have that discussion, but then we shift it back up to how we can solve that problem. Yeah.
So to be able to bring this together to your team, how amazing would it be if you had a team charter to say, okay, this is who we want to be. This is what we want to be known for in the school. And for us to do this, this is a great way of doing it. Our time has come to an end, and I'm sure there's hungry tummies for morning tea. Thank you so much for your engagement this morning. People leadership can be really tricky. Thinking about for yourself as you leave today, how often do you spend below the line? I worked with someone really recently, and she said, I didn't realise I always used to be above the line. And with everything that's been happening, I'm just down there all the time. I need to shift it. So how often are you down there? And how do you make sure that you're creating those behaviours to be able to see the difference? And what strategies can you do? What can you actually do to create that change? So as we leave today, thinking about what stage is my team at? Which function do I need to focus on? Lencioni has some great tools there if you need support. And you can always contact me on LinkedIn as well if you have any questions or need more resources, or through Brenton as well. And what's needed? What do you need to do to keep your team above the line? And as you would know, we are better together. And to enable us to be able to get the why, the vision, the focus, we need our people. So it's really it's an investment. As we all know, it takes so long to build trust, but so quick to erode it. So it's being really clear that these steps, one step forward. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I'll be around for morning tea if you've got any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susie. I've been chasing Susie across the country for the last year, wanting to hear her speak, and just kept on missing out. So I'm very glad that I've caught up with you today, Susie, especially I've got a team planning day later this week, so there's going to be a bit of awe and a bit of bed discussion on that and above and below the line. So thank you very much for the strategies and the discussion this morning. Also, thank you very much for those who contributed. We now have, well, if I had a clicker, yes, lovely. We've got morning tea through to 11:30, which is a decent break for you all. Remember, the toilets are down around outside the building and down below. They're our sponsors for today. Can you please make sure that you wander past and say hello to all of them as you find your way out there to have a coffee and have some morning tea, because those lovely sponsors are the people who have paid for your coffee and morning tea. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 11:30. Let's get underway on time. And it's my pleasure to be the moderator for this next session, which is a leadership chat panel. And joining me on the stage here, I have Headmaster of Toowoomba Grammar, Dr. John Kinniburgh. Dr. Kinniburgh has a robust background in educational leadership, having commenced his teaching career at the King's School in Sydney. He furthered his expertise with a Master of Science from Oxford University and a PhD from Macquarie University. As Headmaster of Toowoomba Grammar, he is committed to integrating ICT strategies that enhance educational outcomes and prepare students for future challenges. Would you please join me in welcoming him? Next on the panel is Alexis Hill. Alexis is the CIO at Brisbane Grammar School. Alexis joined Brisbane Grammar School in April of 2022 as the institution's first CIO, leading the digital transformation project aimed at enhancing student outcomes through technology and data. With over 14 years of experience in both commercial and government sectors, she has held CIO and director roles focusing on driving technological change and organisational change in complex environments. Would you please join me in welcoming her? And last and certainly not least, David Lynch, who is a board member here at Toowoomba Grammar School. David served for 35 years in the Australian Army, culminating as Commandant of the Army Aviation Training Centre in Oakley. He holds a Master of Arts in Strategy and Policy, and he has transitioned to roles in education leadership, including his position on the Board of Trustees at Toowoomba Grammar School, where he contributes to strategic planning and governance. Would you please join me in welcoming him? So I'll start, I think I'll just work in this order, and I'll start by asking a question firstly to yourself, John. What are some of the most valuable lessons you've learned about leadership from your time in education?
Thanks, Brenton, and again, lovely to see you all. I've heard great things already, and Susie, well done. I hear you spoke brilliantly, and I commend you all for that. There's probably two things I'll just make reference to. As a leader, my job is very much to set the direction, the pace and the tone. That's my role as CEO or headmaster, the direction being the strategy, which is obviously approved by the board, supported by the board in our establishment of that, but ultimately it's my team who comes up with that. The pace is very much the next thing, and that's very much the when, having an assessment around when to accelerate that change, because that's, you can cause fatigue if you're doing that all of the time. And people who know me like to know that I go at a fairly solid pace, strap in. And then the final one is the tone, and that's really around the culture and what you walk by and what you accept really sits to the standards that you are seeking to bestow on others. So they're probably three key things. The other point I just make is that really authentic leadership, and I've learnt this throughout my career, and I commenced my teaching career as a geography teacher at the King's School in 1996. I really had no idea about what leadership was. And then in a funny sort of way, you ended up falling into a leadership role as a head of department. I was also coaching First 15 at the school for many years, and then suddenly things started to happen, and possibly others saw things in me that I didn't realise. But ultimately what I was able to do was communicate with others, and ultimately my experience is that really authentic leadership is very relational. And that to me is an absolutely key element for anyone at any level of leadership, whether you're right at the top or working the rooms or on the ground. That's the most important thing.
Lovely, thank you. Alexis, how do you ensure that your school's ICT strategy aligns with the broader strategy and vision of the school?
Great question, thank you. The approach that we take at Brisbane Grammar is our vision is to be the leading school for boys in Australia. So in terms of what that means from an IT strategy is that we need to be leading in IT as well. And so the work that we're doing at the moment on our new student information system, some can say might be a bit bold, might be a bit brave. Some said at the time that it was a little bit crazy as well, the crazies from Brisbane. But what that does, it aligns with the way in which our vision is to be leading. So we can't just be leading in the classroom, we have to be leading in what we're doing with technology, because technology, as we all know in this room, is the backbone of how our organisations or our schools are successful. So from my perspective, our strategy is geared to support that vision, but also around our key pillars around education, sustainability, our people, and also the core service of teaching and learning. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. David, how would you describe your leadership philosophy and how has it evolved over your career?
Yeah, it's evolved a lot. So one of my reflections on the conversation that was playing out earlier during Susie's presentation was on, and I think the comment came from over here about, people are technically proficient, but then they become leaders. They get pushed into leadership roles. I just reflected the difference in the organisation I've come from. I was trained as a leader as a 19-year-old, and then I became technically proficient in a profession. So I'm a helicopter pilot. They trained me as a leader first. That was the expectation that I was going to be a leader. And then they trained me in a specialisation, which I then had to become proficient at. Now, what that meant is my shift changed to becoming technically proficient. And I imagine that connects with a bunch of people in this room, actually being a commander, in command of your platform or your expertise, whether that was specifically flying in my case, or whether the role that the aircraft was engaged in. And that then just scaled up over time. But it was very much focused on being a technical practitioner and being good at that. And that was a brand. That became something that you became proud of. It became part of your identity. And I think in terms of themes, that's one thing that challenges a lot of people is once they've established an identity based on technical proficiency or being a technical practitioner, breaking out of that and becoming something different can be really challenging because it's fundamentally challenging identity. Now, how that changed for me, I got to a point where being a practitioner wasn't enough because I knew too much, and I got to the point where the people that I had making decisions for me weren't making the good ones. So I had to make a choice. Am I going to stay doing what I'm doing and just not complain, or am I going to fix it? So I made that shift and I started moving in a different direction. And I guess what became normal after that was, and there's been a bit of discussion about uncertainty and change. I love uncertainty because my entire career has trained me to be a problem solver. So I don't see myself as a leader or a pilot or an instructor. I'm a problem solver. And I just have a particular set of skills that I bring forward to solve problems. And once you see yourself as a problem solver, uncertainty isn't an issue. Because it's actually, I believe, in uncertainty, because so many people avoid it, there's phenomenal opportunity. Because if you rush towards uncertainty, in many cases you're going to be the first one there and you get to write the script. So if you can put together a vision or at least an understanding that takes what seems like uncertainty and places a certainty banner around it, so there's still uncertainty from your perspective, but as far as your team is concerned, they know exactly what's going on, they know exactly what their purpose is, they know exactly what direction they're going in. Once you've established that, and you establish an environment where, I got rid of the language of making mistakes when people are innovating, because as far as I'm concerned, there's just discovery. It's not right or wrong, it's discovery, because actually finding something that is the wrong way to go is as important as finding the right way to go, because it's just an option you'll close off in the future. And if you take away language of error, suddenly people feel empowered. If you stand in front of them every single time they make a discovery that isn't the right one, you don't take away their power or their desire to have initiative, their desire to innovate, because you're essentially protecting that desire. And I guess the final point is, once you do that and you've set that direction and you make it safe for them, step back and let them do it. Because at some point you're going to have subordinate leaders. And those subordinate leaders need the opportunity to lead so they can become as good or better than you are. Again, I come from an organisation where I could be killed. And if I haven't developed my second in command and a whole range of other people in the organisation to do my job as good or better than I, and they're not absolutely as informed as I was, for the activity that we're undertaking so they could just pick it up and run with it, I've failed. And I'd argue that across the board, that just doesn't belong in a military context. That's everywhere. If you aren't fundamentally seeing the very talented people in your team not as a threat, but as the future, and you're not doing absolutely everything you can to make them the future and to enable them, I don't think you're necessarily doing a job. Thanks.
It's interesting, we have, I think we've all got something in common with you. You were trained in flying. I think we've all been trained in flying by the seat of our pants. We've all got something not in common with you though, I'd imagine, and this is I think what you brought up earlier, Dan, and that is that most of us haven't been trained in leadership first up. We've been trained in our jobs, and then we've acquired leadership as we've gone and not been necessarily trained in it. You also had a nice segue there for me to ask John a question around failure, because you were talking about innovation and being prepared to take that risk. So John, what have your experiences been, and remember we're live streamed, what have your experiences been with failure, and what has your approach been?
It's a really good question. I fail every day, and I mean that genuinely. There's not a day that I don't walk out of my office at the end of the day and go, gosh, I probably could have done that a bit differently. That's something that I have always had innately in me, is a desire to reflect on what has occurred. I'll give you an example. Any assembly speech, for example, or any speech that I deliver, whether it be an assembly in front of boys, parents, at the end of that I will make notes on that, on how to improve it, so that next year when I look back, and it's not to say, oh, copy paste, because I never do that, it's to go, gosh, actually that form or that tone was not quite right, that joke fell flat. Not that I'm funny anyway, I'm not at all, so I don't try to be funny. But my point being, it's about reflecting on practice all of the time. Same goes with conversations, and again, one of the hardest things about leadership is not, well, you've got to be able to listen, and listening is the hardest skill. It's the art of listening, I think, is probably one of the biggest things in leadership. But when it comes to failure, I think when I reflect on the major things that might have occurred, and nothing's insurmountable, we're all human and we accept that we make mistakes, that's important. It's probably because I haven't clearly communicated what it is that I'm seeking to achieve. David well knows, and we are on a change agenda. We're on an exciting trajectory, and we're enjoying the projects that we're doing, and certainly Alexis, and we're working with BGS on things as well. It's about, I believe, in creating the tree on the hill all of the time. You've got to have something to work towards. And if I look at incidents in the past where it probably hasn't gone so well, is when I probably haven't shared what that vision is quite clearly, or I haven't brought people along. What's the problem we're trying to solve as well? Is that idea genuinely an idea worth investing in? Because if it's not, what the hell are we doing? We don't need to be worrying about it. It's just going to create more work for others. So that's probably the biggest learning I've had from failures, and the failures have largely come from me failing to communicate clearly what the vision is, why that is needed, and bringing those people along on that journey. And that takes time. So I actually think 98% of my job's change management. And at any leadership level, really. It's all about, yep, there is a problem to solve, let's go along together. How do we create that and move forward?
Alexis, please feel free, because I know some of the things you were doing at your school, so please feel free to pick up the same thread if you like, because you're also planting that tree on the hill, and you may wish to talk about communication and failure that you've experienced in your role over time. But the general question is, what is the role that technology plays in your vision for the future of education?
That's a great question, thank you. Technology is the key part for me in terms of the vision. So yes, you need the people, and yes, we need to be clear on what we're doing, but without the tools to be able to get there, and that's what technology is the enabler. I think Dan mentioned that earlier in the conversation. It makes that quite challenging. You know, we have been bold and we have been brave, and we've taken a really innovative lead in technology on a purposely built strategy. We are designing a platform that will hopefully revolutionise not only what we're doing as a school, but us as a sector. And that just doesn't come from you know, just overnight thinking that just technology is just a piece. It's everything that we do, and parents particularly are looking for us to be innovative in our ways of thinking, but also in the way that we're practicing in terms of teaching. Our students are interacting with technology, as we know, every day, and so that technology piece, we have to keep evolving, we have to keep adapting, and that is challenging when we were talking earlier today in Susie's conversation, trying to juggle the BAU, but also trying to be visionary and be bold in terms of how we're going to get there. I could have spent a lot of my time putting out all the fires, and I have done that, and you know, I've had to turn over a high number of my team because we didn't have the right skills, we didn't have the right capability. We had a really clear vision of where we wanted to get to, like John. I didn't want to be on the mountain on the top of my own. I wanted people to be following, and that meant that we had to really think about what we were doing. And so what we're doing in terms of the technology piece is, yes, enabling the school, but if you don't have the right tools, it means that we're losing that competitive advantage because our parents are wanting that, our students are interacting with it every day. If we just continue to keep implementing what we already have and trying to improve that, you'll probably get some incremental change. But if you really want to do something that's leading and you really want to be innovative, you are going to have to take some bold steps. And I know that's hard. We're very fortunate at Brisbane Grammar that we have resourcing and the level of support, particularly from our board and our headmaster/CEO. We're very, very fortunate. But I'm hoping what we're doing here at Brisbane Grammar will some way benefit your schools, even if it's in a very small amount of change, that you're able to drive innovation and technology and that digital transformation. I think if we're all not doing that collectively, I think we as a schools will lose sight of that competitive advantage that we have with other schools. So one of the key areas for us, yes, is our student information system, because it's crippling the way that we're doing a business as a school. You know, to render reports for 3 days with our current system synergetic is just ridiculous. I don't know of any other business that would spend 3 days trying to run school reports in order to get those out. So we have to look at ways in which we can support our teachers particularly, because we know that they're not coming into the profession in droves anymore. They want us to remove that administrative burden. They're sick of spending time. Now, we had 47 different ways of taking attendance at our school, which is ridiculous, but that took 25 to 25 minutes per teacher to mark their role. We're now doing it in less than 2 minutes. The other day was a clear example. We were going to at the GPS swimming event, so we've got 280 boys getting on the bus to go out to Chandler. Normally that would take us about half an hour to get everyone on the bus, make sure we've got them all checked. Now with our new system, it takes us less than a minute. We know where they are at every given time. So that means, whilst it's a very small example, we wouldn't have been able to do that 2 years ago, and it means that we're focusing our effort on the value add rather than just keeping the lights on. And I think that's a big shift for us as technology people, is that we're always going to have the day-to-day, and sometimes that stuff is on fire, like Kevin was saying earlier, but sometimes you need to be able to step outside of that, keep that running, yes, in the BAU, but you've also got to be bold and brave in terms of that digital and innovation that you're wanting to drive as a school. And you have to partner with those key people within the school in order to achieve that. So I don't know if that's answered the question, but yeah, it's one small piece, I think, in a bigger piece.
It's a very large thing that you're doing. You're talking about transformational change, which is very, very difficult. Clearly, you've got senior executive buy-in. And I was going to ask the question just towards the end there, but I think you might have already answered it. I was going to ask the question around getting buy-in all the way through the organisation, so all the way with parents and with teachers. How has that buy-in occurred?
Yeah, look, I think we're very fortunate. We've had Synergetic for 25 years in the school, so there's a real desire to want to move away from that, given how much it's crippling our operations. So we are fortunate in that setting. And no offence to Synergetic, but I do say this in other public forums as well, is that it's not keeping up with the way in which schools need to continue to operate. And so we'd met our match in terms of we needed to find something that could give us that level of transformation. But For us, in terms of how we've approached this transformational change, is that we have a really great group of parents. I was saying earlier, we've got about 22 in our parent group. They give us really direct feedback, which is fantastic, and they're looking at it with a completely different lens to others. In my own team, I have 4 teachers in my team as well, and I think what makes a difference from potentially my IT team to other IT teams is those teachers look at things with the teaching and learning lens. So we'll come up with a technology solution, but they're able to look at it with a completely different lens of how we can actually implement it into the classroom. We've had to do a lot of work with our leadership team, particularly around this notion of changing our ways of working, and because we've always done things in a particular way, it's been great and we've been leading in that. We also need to be open to maybe we haven't been so leading in some of the other areas, and that's been a real challenge for some in that group, because we've always gone into it thinking everything we do has been really, really great, and it has, but it just means that we need to look at it with a slightly different lens. And so we work really hard. The way our project is governed is our CEO or headmaster is our executive sponsor. We then have members of SLT who are then the school owners of the project. So say, for example, we're building assessment, gradebook and reporting at the moment. So the Deputy Headmaster of Teaching and Learning and the Head of Middle School, Head of Senior School are responsible for that module. And then underneath each of them, there's what we call subject matter experts that have come across the school. But ultimately, it's not IT making the decision, it's ultimately the school making the decision. And I think that's where we've been successful, is that we're embedding that change, but it's business-led or school-led rather than IT-led. And I think that's made a big difference in why we've been able to drive the transformation in the time frame that we've had. Look, we've had challenges, don't get me wrong. We've had some interesting ways of looking at things and not wanting to change some of the practice as well. And the pace that we're going at, talking about John was saying, I'm a bit of an Energizer bunny as well. So I've always got to remember that there's other people that need to come on the journey with me as well. And the pace that we're going at, because we're delivering a product to the market, we can't be perfect at everything. And so sometimes 90% is going to be okay because we're going to get the change in 3 or 4 weeks rather than waiting 2 years to come back to it. So the school's been really embracing of that, particularly the teachers, because they've been able to see an impact straight away. So we work with them, we chunk it down into really small chunks, and I think that's made a difference rather than trying to be all things to everyone. We look on a really short delivery cycle so that people can see something at the end of that effort that they've put in. So I know I've probably gone on a bit too long there, but I get really excited about this because just seeing the amount of change that we've made in our school in such a short amount of time, that model is working really well for us. And now we've got the great opportunity to work with Toowoomba on the finance, HR and payroll modules. So that means we'll be able to bring that program a year ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. So we're really looking forward to partnering with Toowoomba in this space and then bringing some different ideas and expertise to the table that we don't potentially have. And I think that's another key one, is that we don't know it all. We've partnered with people that have that expertise and we're open to others challenging us on our ways of working. And that has taken culturally some time to change, particularly at the more senior levels in the organisation. The teachers, the staff have been on board because they like the change, they can see the change and they're part of the change. And I think that makes a huge difference for why we've been successful in the amount of time that we have. So hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely, and any part of change management is ensuring that you get some quick wins. So rather than just waiting 2 to 3 to 4 years to have the perfect result delivered, actually getting some quick wins for people so they can realise some benefits straight away. David, question for you. What are the key principles that you rely upon when you make difficult decisions?
First of all, I'll say, without answering the question straight up, authenticity and energy that you just saw is absolutely fundamental to change management. So I've got no doubt that you're going to be successful. That's phenomenal. So what do I rely on? Sometimes for difficult decisions, the why can be problematic. Sometimes it's for reasons you don't agree with. Sometimes you don't agree with the direction. Sometimes you think you've got a better option. But oftentimes, you've got to find a why that you can accept, and that why needs to be sold to your team as if it's your own. So you don't sometimes get the opportunity to change what government thinks or what a board thinks, because sometimes strategic decisions are made with a full view of the circumstances, and that might not ideally translate down. Now, obviously in a good leadership environment, you would understand all of those components, therefore the why would be absolutely clear to you. But I'd say in some situations where you don't, you absolutely need to own the why as your own and sell it to your team. I used to call it cheap leadership, when a decision came down that you didn't agree with, so you just pointed to it and said, well, we've got to do it because they said. That's cheap leadership. If you want real leadership, how about you come up with a way of owning it, selling it as your own, and then your team will take it as their own and they'll get on with the job. But if you practice cheap leadership, you'll never get a team pulling together. So there's some ways you can pursue outcomes when you don't necessarily agree with the rationale behind the outcome. Sometimes it's because you haven't done your due diligence in understanding what the strategic drivers are in that situation. Sometimes you just need to sit back or inquire and find out. In many cases, that's a degree of uncertainty. If you've got some uncertainty as to the why and you need to own the why, then maybe that is telling you need to inquire and get a little bit more information about it so you can own it. Difficult decisions, I guess one of the other ones is popularity. Sometimes difficult decisions are not popular, and your job as a leader is not to win a popularity contest, is to make the right decisions for the organisation, for people, right decisions. Right decisions are sometimes really difficult to make, and ultimately, in my experience, popular decisions don't necessarily lead to the best outcomes, but the right decisions, even though people don't like them at the time, always do.
Some above-the-line thinking there, Susie. John, next question to you. I'm not looking for a job, and Ron, you might wish to leave the room or something when this question gets asked. From your perspective, what are the qualities you look for in an ICT leadership team? Asking on behalf of a friend.
Asking for a friend. Can I just say, yeah, tough question, and I'll be careful how I respond in this room. First and foremost, it's got to be translational, and you've got to be able to communicate, I think, in easy to understand language for those of us who don't have the same skill sets or knowledge base. I think that's probably the first thing. The other one is to understand, and from a teacher's perspective or from someone in the classroom, and I came from that background, technology supports what we do in the classroom. My background is all geospatial. My PhD is geospatial technologies. I was just one of these weird teachers who just loved geographic information systems. I love playing with data, and I love the maps that you could create. I became proficient and knowledgeable in that skill set. But I always understood, and I had a great relationship with my IT directors in all the schools that I've worked at. And it was about communicating that tool helps the learning outcomes, and that was a key one. The other one is to be adaptive. I love the energy in the room, and I love just the fact that, yes, we may have a technical solution that's going to solve this, but sometimes it may not be completely fit for purpose. It leads to what Alexis has just said and what BGS are leading on and we're a part of. Being adaptive in our approach and open to that, I just think is exciting. Rather than going into it with a deficit mindset, can't be done, can't do it. I think those are probably the three key things. I really make this clear, I see all of our IT directors as educators. I see you as essential key components in the same way that our gardeners do what they do, our domestics, our other teams, our teachers, our non-teachers, crucial roles in the school, but our core business is teaching and learning, and I see us all in that space.
Yeah, ICT is 6 feet down, 100 feet up, and fence line to fence line, but now beyond there, isn't it? So it's interwoven in every part of school fabric, not just in the classroom, but it's been referred to a few times today about the fact that we're also running a business, and that's really changing your student information system where you're coming from, Alexis. Question for you. What leadership strategies have you found most effective in navigating the challenges posed by rapid changes in technology?
Yeah, that's a really great question. For me, in my role as CIO, obviously I report directly to the headmaster or CEO, so I'm very, very fortunate in that area. But we need to be able to explain things to non-technical people in a way that they can understand. So whether it's a visual or whether it's giving them an example that they can relate to, I've found is really important in terms of being able to get their understanding but also to get their buy-in. We spent a lot of time, particularly with our headmaster and CEO, in terms of trying to get him in terms of his skills and upskilling him so he feels more confident in having these types of broader conversations, but also upskilling the rest of the executive team and also our directors in terms of that digital literacy piece as well, I think is really, really important. But our communication and how we're able to articulate technical concepts in a non-technical way, I think is really important in IT. I don't think you lose what the technical piece of where you want to get to, but you've got a wide range of people in that room that they need to be able to at least take a small chunk of what you've said, be able to understand it and walk away with that. I think the agility is another one, particularly when we're moving in such a rapid pace where technology is just changing all the time. As soon as we embed something else new comes out, or the students have found something else or the teacher have found something else. You've really got to be agile and have that flexibility and be able to adapt and adapt not only your strategy, adapt your team and your people, but also adapt how you can support the school and the business in terms of increasing their digital literacy and awareness. I think that's one of the key pieces we've learned in the journey that we've been on, particularly with the replacement of our new system, is how can we implement such transformational change in an environment where people can adapt to it quickly, and how do we support them through that change. So one of the key decisions for us of remaining within the Microsoft stack was the fact that we already were a Microsoft school. A lot of our users are already familiar with the Microsoft products, so that was a real key driver in our strategy and our decision making as to why we remain with the Microsoft stack, because they can touch and feel it and they're used to it. So a new student information system that looks like something they already have has made that a lot easier in terms of that change management process as well.
Thank you. David, when we were talking on the table before during Susie's presentation, I think, unless I misinterpreted what you were saying, that you thought one of the most important things that a leader should engender or have is trust. And so my question to you is, how do you build trust and build trust in leadership teams and the broader community?
I'll tell a story because stories are always good. It was about the 27th of February 2022. I was the Commandant out at the Aviation Training Centre, and we'd had a lot of rain that day, a lot of rain. So much rain that all the roads to Oakey had started to flood. And so I had sent everyone home so they could actually get to their homes. I just arrived home. I think I pulled into my garage at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got a call from the local police. They said, we're in real trouble. We've got a bunch of people who are being washed away down in the Lockyer Valley. The weather's really bad and we can't get any other aircraft airborne. Can you help us? So at that point, I went, shit, they actually trust us to deliver an outcome here. The pressure of being worthy of that trust is pretty substantial. So what happened? I sent everyone back out to the aircraft that we already had on standby because we kind of expected this might happen. And we got airborne that night after they'd worked the full day. And we pulled a bunch of people off roofs and kept doing it for the next 2 to 3 days. When, in many cases, our aircraft were more capable and could deliver an outcome that nobody else could. So there's an amount of trust in there, right? The police called us because they had no other options. Now, during that activity, I went into the local disaster management centre and I was organising all the tasking and telling them where to go, where to take the aircraft. We stood up a team out there, and they just trusted that I was doing the right thing for them, that I was filtering tasks, that I wasn't giving them everything, that I was giving them only stuff that was really important, because I can tell you there was a lot of rubbish being thrown our way that I had to reject. So there's a lot of trust being flowing around in all sorts of different directions. The people that were getting winched up to our aircraft didn't give a second thought as to whether or not we could do our job, whether we were capable of saving them, whether we were safe, whether we had the best equipment with the best training and the best capability, because there's an amount of trust in there. So trust is all around us. You've just got to see it. And if I take myself right back to about 30 years ago, I was a Black Hawk pilot at the time, but I'd done some time on the ground with an infantry unit. And we got picked up at night. And we were flying back to Townsville in formation, and I was sitting in the back of this aircraft, and I was looking around at these soldiers, and they weren't giving a second thought as to whether or not the people up the front of that aircraft knew what they were doing. They just absolutely trusted that this was better than walking, and that those people, they know what they're doing. And at that point, that was a bit of a moment for me where I said, well, I need to do everything I can as a leader to be worthy of that sort of trust all of the time. And that translated initially into being a very good practitioner, being the best I possibly could at my job. And then as I elevated in the leadership, how do I engender trust in my team, in my people? How do I make sure that they are fully enabled? And that started to get towards what are my key functions as a leader. And I used to break it down into three. First of all, I set direction. So I tell people which direction we need to go and make that very clear for them. So I take away their uncertainty. I win resources. So, they need to be resourced to do the job they're doing. I win them because that's my job. I talk to the people that own resources and get those resources. And then in handing over the role to my subordinate leaders, I clear roadblocks. So if they ever get to a point where they think they're going to be slowed down in the task or direction I've given them, they just tell me, and I go out in front and clear that roadblock so they can keep rolling. So they're my three functions and roles. And when you start to deliver against that very clearly, don't step in and micromanage, don't step into their realm, let them lead, let them do the job and deliver exactly what you said you were going to do, then trust is flowing both ways. And certainly that's worked in my experience.
Lovely, thank you. John, this is really the most important question across ICT in the world, in any organisation, and that is alignment, aligning ICT with the vision of the business, in this case the vision of the school. So how can ICT leaders, ICT technicians working in school, how can they best align themselves with the overall school vision? What should they do to achieve that alignment?
Thank you. Good question. Probably two parts. For me, the first thing is getting our ICT leaders involved very early in those discussions around strategy, not just when we're at the implementation point. I think it's actually pretty simple. If they're involved on an ongoing capacity and having regular opportunities to report to key leadership groups, I think that's absolutely essential. Toowoomba Grammar School, we have a strategic plan that's outward facing, sits on our website, you can look at that. We have an implementation plan, a strategic implementation plan, largely sits internally. It's got hundreds and hundreds of actions. If I release that, that would be probably scary to many staff. So we don't do that, we drip feed that out. And then we have our key priorities. The key is, with each of those elements, in the development of that strategy, is that our IT team are heavily involved. That's the first thing. The second one is I really encourage in this organisation, this industry, is that it's not only just the strategy, it's understanding what's going on the ground. It's having our IT directors, their teams, regularly in classes, observing and listening. And those are really simple things to do. And to be fair, they're probably the two things that I think will enable a clearer alignment with the strategy.
Yeah, lovely. I think that's absolutely very important. I don't know whether the live stream is getting back to my team back in Melbourne, but I've got a member of my team who does volunteer work looking after fairy penguins and who has delivered a presentation on stage to like 1,000 girls in the senior school on the work that he does outside of the school. So not just an IT operations manager, but doing that as well. Now that's just making people more human and showing the other things, the other sides of their personality, what other interests they have, but getting them involved with the day-to-day running of the school and not just stuck on becoming part of the panel here, folks, rather than just asking the questions. But I love that answer. That's exactly right. Alexis, my question's around risk management. So the task that you're doing at the moment has got quite a large amount of risk associated with it. Any change has risk associated with it. How are you approaching that risk management?
Great question. So we have a few challenges. So at our board level, our corporate risk appetite for digital and cybersecurity is low, and probably others in the room can relate to that as well. So when our vision is to be leading, and when we're looking at a project of this scale and complexity, it's quite challenging to have a corporate risk appetite or a board risk appetite of low. So we're having some robust discussions at the moment around what that means, particularly with the student information system replacement, but also with cybersecurity as well, because I'm sure you can all attest in the room, we'd all love to be low in cybersecurity, but the reality is that's not going to be the case, particularly in education, and we can all relate to this. You know, we've got over 2,000 little hackers running around every day, and we've got some really bright students at our school, which I'm sure you can attest to as well. So that's always a challenge. But in terms of how I tackle risk is making sure that we have the right mitigation in place. So for example, with our student information system, people sit there and say, yes, it's risky, yes, it's bold, but the mitigation that we have in place is that we've partnered with a partner that has the specialist skills in dynamics. We don't sit here as a school to protest to have those skills. So we've partnered with the right partner to help us in that space. But we've equally using a platform that's already used by global customers around the globe. So we're not reinventing something that isn't already in existence. There are already challenges in other global businesses around how to tackle payroll. Yes, we're a little bit more complex because we have staff sitting in multiple roles, but there are other businesses around the globe that also have that same challenge as well. So for us, it's about how do we mitigate it. We make sure we surround ourselves with people that have expertise in that space that can help and support us in that area. We also make sure that we're using the platform as it's intended. So one of our big things is moving away from any of this custom coding and development, particularly in Synergetic, because we've had it for so long, and we've relied on maybe one or two people in our school or organisation that we solely rely on how to run our entire school operations, which is quite foreign to me coming from some of the other industries that I've come to. So we've had to build more capability in my current team so that yes, we still have to keep the lights on. So I know CT's in the room today. They're helping us continuing with our BAU with Synergetic because we're running two systems in parallel. Yes, that's not ideal, but that's the way in which we keep making sure that we keep the BAU running well. We have experts in that area, whereas my team is spending the time in retraining in the dynamic space and building that capability of what the future looks like. Yes, we're still involved in the day-to-day. We have managed service providers for infrastructure and cybersecurity because we don't have the specialist skills in-house to do that. So my model may be very different to the models that you have in your schools, but we found it challenging to get the expertise, particularly in cybersecurity, and wanting to work in a school environment. So we've made the decision to have those managed service providers to provide that expertise, and we focus on the value add. Like John said, we spend the time in the classroom and we make sure that the technology that we're bringing is having that impact to our core operations, but also managing the risk at the same time. But it is a challenge, and it's one that we'll continue to keep having with our board, given that our agenda and our vision is so to be leading and innovative. That naturally comes with risk, and as a board member, I understand that that generates some concern, particularly with the type of data that we all hold and the type of infrastructure that we all have as well. So we've spent a lot of time in building our foundations. So talking what Susie was saying earlier, we've been flying the plane and building it at the same time. That may not be appealing to some, but it was what we needed to do. We needed to rebuild the foundations in order to drive the transformation. But we couldn't do it just focusing on the foundations, because we also had to drive the transformation. So yes, we've been risky, but we've made sure that we put mitigations in place, and we've made sure we've had good governance around that. And our board's been very supportive. We have a digital and infrastructure committee, so it specialises just in the transformation and digital. And I think that's made a big difference, making sure we've had that strategic oversight and governance as well. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alexis. Last question to you, David, and we've got the ICT professionals in the room. What advice would you give to our ICT professionals on building trust and credibility within their organisation?
Just like I did last time, I'm going to just talk for a moment on risk. Just one thing to think about is, Alexis spoke a little bit about the risks that you take, but you sometimes need to flip it over. What is the risk of inaction? What's the risk of doing nothing? Because that's often worse than doing something that carries risk. So if you don't flip that over, sometimes you end up looking at it from the wrong direction. You need to look at it from both directions. So in terms of advice, because what I'm talking to probably in this room is a bunch of practitioners, which, you know, close to my heart, became good at their role and have moved into a management function. I'd say, harping back to the points I made on trust before, one of the biggest things I learned is to transition from being worthy of somebody's trust and believing that I needed to earn their trust. When I flipped over onto the leadership side, I got to a point where I knew that I didn't have time to wait for them to display trustworthiness to me. I needed to trust up front and then monitor to make sure that they were trustworthy, because the other option is just too slow. So at some point, you will have a general understanding of the capabilities of your team, whether they're able to be trusted or not. But at some point, if you need to move forward, you need to get things done, you're going to have to trust and monitor. And you might just find, as I have in my career, that the burden of placing trust on someone and them knowing that they're trusted sometimes makes them do magical things, as opposed to them thinking they've got to come to work every day and wait a year to have that trust. Next thing I'd say is, you're all practitioners, you all know the detail. I would say don't ever give a detail up. Don't ever get to a point where things have moved past you and you don't really understand the new environment, the new challenges. I'd say stay engaged, know the detail, but don't micromanage. Knowing the detail is being informed. It allows you to make better decisions. It allows you to more intuitively connect with issues that are being brought forward to you from your expert teams and make better decisions. And by being connected to the real issues that they face on a daily basis, you're showing that you actually care about the functions they provide. So I'd say be in charge of the detail, but absolutely don't micromanage. Back your people. So you're going to ask them to do things, you're going to ask them to take initiative. If they do the wrong thing with the right intentions, and you're going to have to take a hit for that in order to preserve their initiative and their desire to do good work, then take the hit. That's your job. Ultimately, it's your responsibility anyway if they mess up. But certainly my approach to my team was the only person that gets to hold you accountable if you work for me is me. If somebody else outside this organisation has something to say, they talk to one person, and that's me. And I'm going to absorb all of that, and I'll translate it to what you need to hear to move on, because what I don't want to kill is that initiative, because it's everything in a team. And you kill it in one person, you'll kill it in everyone, and suddenly you'll find yourself unproductive. So I think that's probably enough.
No, thank you very much. And that concludes this panel. We went a little over time, but I thought it was pretty important that we gave this panel enough time to give us all of their views, because we've got an outstanding group of educational leaders here. So will you please join me in thanking them? And will you also please indulge me for a couple of moments whilst we just give them a couple of little presents to thank them for their efforts, and then we'll transition to the next session. Thank you. Okay, I just want to do a quick Mitie update before we move on to the next session. So Ron, you're on for the next session. I won't take too long. This is the first Mitie term conference that we've run for a couple of years. It all got dropped over COVID and just didn't reboot for some reason. And Ron, I beg your pardon, approached me about running another Queensland conference, and then they started to spring up all over the place. We don't have one planned for term 2 of this year. We have one planned for term 3, which is at Matthew Flinders College. And I think their theme is data by design. But we've got a vacancy for term 2. If there's any schools out there that would like to put up their hand, we will hopefully make it as easy as we possibly can to put on something like this. But if you're not familiar with Mitie, and I would hope that you're all familiar with Mitie, is there anyone that's new to Mitie here? Okay, lovely. I can do the old Oprah Winfrey thing and say, you know, who is Mitie? Well, you're Mitie, and you're Mitie, and you're Mitie. In fact, anybody who's working in ICT and education, which is really what Mitie stands for, managing ICT and education. I myself, my day job is working as Director of ICT at PLC in Victoria. Mitie is, you know, what I do in my spare time. And indeed, schools are all about sharing. We do that at all levels. We might have, you know, we don't really have this competition between schools. You might be disagreeing with me now, maybe for enrolments, but we don't have that competition around you know, taking information around ICT and not sharing it. We share that widely with each other, and Mitie is one of those platforms for doing that. So Mitie has clearly got a very, very active forum. It's in fact, you know, the most active forum that's out there. Huge number of people in that forum, about 4,500 people, I think. And on any given day, there's, you know, 700 active people, or this is what the system tells me, there's 700 active people in that forum. So for you, Mitie is a free organisation to join. You've got those very, very active forum. We organise term conferences like this and intend to continue to do that because Mitie is really all about getting people together so that they can share information, not just share information, but it's also clearly promoting schools, but it's promoting yourselves as well. If you think of yourself as a brand and you think that your career is a journey that you're taking, it's good that you displace me at some point and become president of Mitie, but even if you don't do that, it's good if you take a role within Mitie, put on a term conference, speak up on stage, tell us what you think. It's not just about celebrating successes, also the journey that you've taken, including speaking about perhaps some of the challenges, let's not use the word failure, but some of the challenges that you've gone through. This is what helps us to all grow. It'd be lovely to have camera off, Chatham House rules, we all get in here and we all just talk about the biggest failures we've got. I could lead it and I could talk for an hour at least about all the failures that I've done over the course of my career, and you would learn a lot. You'd say, why we're listening to this guy is probably what you'd learn. Mitie offers, as I said, offers that forum, the term conferences. We're running scholarships to the AIS New South Wales conference, which we really kind of think currently is the national conference. We're running a mentor program at the moment. We do advocacy and representation with various groups around the country, and we're also running a Women in ICT program where we're trying to promote women working in ICT. In fact, there is no charge for this conference, as you're well aware, but right across the country we don't charge women working in ICT to join Mitie or to attend conferences. And that's just the start of how we're trying to work on that aspect. I've spoken to Susie about this before. Interested in your ideas too, about how we can improve things for you and how we can improve things for those that are underrepresented in our community. So yes, the last thing I've got, Ron, before you come up, is just to say that we are looking for a Term 2 venue in Queensland. We've got Matthew Flinders College third term. Fourth term is one of those difficult terms to run a conference, but we might run something. Often it's a sort of networking get-together rather than a formal conference, and that's often not hard to do. But a term conference in Term 2, if you're interested, please direct message me on Mitie or tap me on the shoulder later on today, and we would love to come and visit you. In the meantime, I haven't got your bio in front of me here, Ron, but in the meantime, we're going to move on to the next session, which we're calling an overview of ICT at Toowoomba Grammar, and would you please welcome Ron Robinson.
As well as the best laid plans of IT, we don't have the adapter for my laptop. So while we sort that out, what I was asked to talk about was ICT at Toowoomba Grammar, which I'll give you a little bit of an overview of once I get this connected. But one of the things I wanted to, I chose the topic of ICT leadership because it's true to my heart, and that is one of the things I've seen with my peers out there, and please don't take this the way it's going to sound, but I made mention earlier that we have a lot of great technicians who have struggled with that transition to management. And why is that? It's because it's what we're comfortable with. So if we get anything out of today, the one thing I want you to take away is that we need to challenge what we're comfortable with. If you're a great technician and you want to be a great leader, you have to let go part of the technical. Don't let it go completely. Nobody wants to become redundant. But managing people is fundamentally different to managing technology. It's a different mindset. It's a different way of being. If I ask you a question, a show of hands, I don't want you to answer anything, just a show of hands. How many people here have leader in their title? How many people don't have leader in their title? Everyone should have put their hand up. The reason I ask that question is, to me, leader is something that is imposed on you. We have leadership positions, but we have to act and be a leader for other people to see us as leaders. If people don't see you as a leader, they are not going to follow you. So that's where I want you to think about the technology management side of things, the people management side of things. Very brief overview while I'm waiting for this. I do apologise for that. We are a one-to-one school. We are asked to talk about the technologies that we use here. We've recently, similar story to Brisbane Grammar, as finding a need to move away from technology. We recently discovered that the laptop platform that we were using for our students wasn't cutting the mustard anymore. Performance was an issue, battery life. How many people have had battery life issues with their laptops in schools? We'd be very surprised if someone didn't, and particularly if you're on a Microsoft product set. So we made the decision to move away from our technology that we were using as a one-to-one school, and we went to HP laptops, and we're having great success with that. We haven't had any complaints from students running out of the computer died or the dog ate my computer in the middle of a class, so that's been really good. We are a Combox school, and we are wall-to-wall Combox. The 138-inch screens in our assembly hall. We have these same screens going in our lecture theatre, so we have a 180-seat lecture theatre coming, and we have 2 of these in that lecture theatre as well. Why do I bring up Combox? We bring up Combox in the classroom because it provides greater functionality for teachers. One of the things that we did struggle with here was replacing a whiteboard with a digital whiteboard, and helping teachers to understand that we're not just giving them a piece of technology that replicates a whiteboard. We wanted them to do more with it. And interactive flat panels across the school made that big difference, including the training that's required. One of the things that allowed us to do was to bring more digital footprint into the classroom, and that come with its challenges as well as its successes. Training of teachers to do something that they're different can be challenging at times, but again, it shows the power of IT and being able to go, as we said, go into the classroom and show them how that they can use that technology, how they can broaden their scope. We good to go? And I think as IT leaders, one of the things that we should always be doing is don't ever wait to be asked for something in the technology space. One of the things that I do pride myself on, to varying degrees of success, but people have come to me, and it's one thing that's changed in our department. When I first got here, people would only come to us when things were broken, and I'm sure plenty of you would feel that experience as well. But we've changed the course of that, and what we have now is people, teachers coming, and operational staff coming to our department and saying, I have this idea, I have this want, I have this need, how do I achieve that? And in the nearly 3 years that I've been at Toowoomba Grammar School, that to me has been my biggest success, is when people see me as a solution provider rather than a firefighter. And it's only in recent times that that's happened. And the reason we can do that is I like to stay ahead of technology, and I like to be ready for those questions of, what is possible. To that end, if you could have a look at the screen, we have Palo Alto firewalls here, and we run a number of Palo Alto products. One of the most exciting things that I've found is that we are resource poor. We consider we are resource poor in the IT department. So how do we get our tools to do more? When I first got here, I implemented the Palo Alto firewalls, and I've taken on their AI Ops platform. Has anyone experienced the AI Ops platform from Palo Alto? No? This is what they call the command center, and it's the starting point for everything that you do when it comes to security. And I know this is a leadership conference, it's not about security, but this is the starting point. The visibility that this gives you is incredible. The availability of information at your fingertips is fantastic. But the main reason I wanted to show you this today is that it now has this. So this is AI security. This platform scans everything that's coming in or out of our network, and it can tell me, and it does tell me, on a daily basis, monthly basis, whatever it is, what AI platforms are those 1,150 ethical hackers that we have out there? What AI platforms are they using? How are they using it? On the back end of this, it has a DLP engine. So even if our staff are using AI platforms, we can monitor, are they putting PII information into that? What does that look like? At the moment, that's at 3 hours. If I go back to 30 days, and I turned this on 2 weeks ago. Now these are the things that as IT leaders, the amount of effort that would have to go in for you to find this kind of information. And this isn't a sales pitch for Palo Alto, believe me. I geek out on technology, it's what I do. What this gives us the ability to do is not only work out what platforms are being used out there for AI, but like I said, how they're doing it, their risk rating of what they are. Now, ChatGPT scores a risk score of 4. Now, it gets that 4 not necessarily because it's a security score, but just how much it is being used. And you can see also how many people are using it, who's using it, and why they're using it. I won't go into too much depth, it'll bore you to tears, but the other side of this too is that one of the fears that we have, and it's understanding the educator side of the house, and that is, how do we know what students are using AI for? Are they doing it in an ethical and appropriate manner? This has the ability to be able to, if a student was asked to do an assessment piece on Moby Dick, this has the ability to build out a library in the background so that whenever a student punches something into an AI platform that has anything to do with Moby Dick, you can be alerted to it. I'm not saying they're doing anything nefarious, but information is power. So we've started to engage, more with the technology set of what it can do for us rather than me spending a lot of time doing investigations. So if I can offer you any advice whatsoever, find what tool sets are out there. You may not have the bodies on the ground, but tool sets are always going to be your friend. They sit there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they work with you. I've had this on for some time, even before the product launched, but the reason I was able to do that, and I'm not saying that I'm a champion of the cause, but there are some vendors out there that are now starting to focus on grammar as being a leader in certain spaces, and the cybersecurity space is one of those. We have a lot of other things coming over this next 12 months, but it's because of what we've done and the vendor partners. We have vendors here today, but it's about the relationships you build with those vendors. You may not have the ability or the budget to afford these tools. There is nothing stopping you from having a pilot program or a vendor engagement that still gives you the information, at least as a snapshot in time. That informs a lot of things. One of the main things that we do, apart from enabling business, enabling education, one of the fundamentals of what we do in IT is about risk mitigation. These tools are therefore fundamental in risk mitigation. So if anyone wants to have a bit more of a talk or a bit of a play about some of the tool sets that we have here, please reach out to me. Most of the people in this room know me well enough. They know I'm a shrinking violet and that I don't like public speaking much. But I'm a very open book, so one of the things that I offer to you all is if you have any questions, please reach out and ask. Also, while I have you about innovation, it was mentioned earlier by Headmaster that we are developing some new buildings. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to run you through a presentation of that building, if I can find it. Good sound on that.
Six, this centre will inspire them, shape the future.
Sorry, I'm in charge, so I'm rewinding.
It is an exciting time to be at Toowoomba Grammar School. Construction of our new Design, Engineering and Technology Centre is well underway. Opening in 2026, this centre will inspire the next generation of innovators to shape the future and seize opportunities in the tech-driven global economy.
This is a unique opportunity that will allow me to be ready for what the future holds. I'm excited to use this new space during and after school, working with new technology to design and create innovative solutions that will drive change in future generations.
These outstanding learning environments will bring industry experts directly to our students, enabling them to collaborate with peers worldwide. The world-class centre will include a junior school-focused technology room, 2 large contemporary workshops with an associated timber machinery room, 2 engineering workshops, rooms for robotics, e-sports, design and 3D printing, a 180-seat lecture theatre, lecturette room, virtual and extended reality room and function space, all designed to allow for hands-on learning and critical thinking for both junior and senior school students.
Preparing our boys for the future is our priority. The new DET Centre is key to achieving this vision.
Okay, so that was just to give you an overview of where in the immediate future the school is going. So we are investing heavily in infrastructure, but to support that, IT is needed. As we know, IT is woven into everything that we do, whether it's in the classroom or outside the classroom, whether it's operational or whether it's pure education. One of the things that we need to do as leaders is work out how do we enable that? How will we best situate our departments? And it's easy for me to sit here and say that I think that my department is on the right path. But what I ask of you guys here today is discover what your North Star is. What is it that you're aiming? Where are you aiming? What is it you're hoping to achieve? Whatever you do, whatever you define your North Star is, what I want you to do is think back to what is the goal, the vision, the strategy of the organisation. And the organisation's already done the heavy lifting for you in some respects because they've defined where they want to be or how they see themselves. We as IT leaders, we need to take that vision, take that strategy, those goals, and we need to understand what do we need to do in our environment, in our departments, that make that a possibility. What do we need to do today? What do we need to do tomorrow? What do we need to do in 12 months that enables our organisations to achieve those goals? The good part about strategy and the bad part about strategy, it can change. The strategies and the goals that we have today in 3 years' time might be different. If anyone in the technology sector said they weren't very agile in what they do and how fast our world changes, then we're in the wrong job. So we need to be able to adapt and make sure that when our organisation is ready to go somewhere, when they're ready to achieve something, that we as the leaders in the technology set, that we have the right people in the right place at the right time with the right tool sets. We can argue ad nauseum as to whether we're resourced for that or not. But everything that you do in management, and if you're a technician who's on their journey to management, if you're in a management position, still can't release the technician or the administrator side of your mindset. Management is all about managing finite resources. We are never going to have enough money, we're never going to have enough bodies, we're never going to have enough time to do everything that we want to do. But you need to take that, from my mind, you need to take that mindset out, leave it in your left pocket, and look at where the organisation is going. If you can meet the organisation where they are or where they want to be, to me, that's what management and leadership is. It's to be ready, so that when you're asked, using a military anacumen, when you're ready to be deployed, are you truly ready? Have you practiced? Are you ready for the curveballs that come? I think I'm on my way there. I have a great team behind me now. Had to have some interesting conversations along the way, and many people alluded to it earlier that part of the bad side about IT is managing people. Some of the bad part about it is people generally for management, but it's also the good part about it. So finding out your strengths in your teams and knowing when to deploy and how to deploy them, that's where true management comes from. Hopefully most of you have that in you, but if you need any advice, there's Mitie is a great source of information. Thank you for putting on the conference as well. I might say it didn't take much of a hand twisting, arm twisting to get them to agree to come to Toowoomba, so I really appreciate that. But today's about IT leadership, and what I'm asking you to be and to do is just to be a better version of yourself. Let's not make excuses. Let's not say that we are downtrodden, we're under-resourced, like I said, under-financed. We just need to find a different way. There'll probably be some more questions hopefully coming out of strategy later for the IT Leaders panel, but one of the things that I've always prided myself about is aligning what I'm trying to do to the organisation's strategy. If you're building business cases, if you can't align it to an organisational strategy, how are you ever going to get them approved? Unless you know what the organisation's strategy is, unless you know what your IT strategy is, how are you going to align your business case to success? How do you measure success? And these are all fundamental parts of management. I'm still on that journey myself, and I will be for life. I am a child of learning, and I will learn until the day I die. And I still learn a lot, and a lot from you guys here. I have several people in the room that I consider mentors, and I hope that I am a mentor for them. But today is about leadership. I'm not going to waffle on too much longer. I'm not going to carry on about the technology. What I want you to take away from today is those golden threads in the conversations that the leadership, the headmaster panel had, hopefully some threads of gold that come from the IT leaders panel later, and also the threads of gold that come from Susie's presentation earlier. If you can pull those gold threads together and weave them in some way into your department, then all of a sudden you end up with a really nice golden fleece that says, the organisation, the executive asked me to do something, I can achieve that. I want us to move away, and we do this a lot in IT, but I want us to move away from that victim mentality, that that below the line thinking. It's very easy to live there. I've lived there myself, but how do we get above that, above the line in thinking? How do we take a negative experience, a negative thought, a negative pattern? How do we turn it into a positive? Do I have the answers? No. I can tell you when you invest in the right people, you get great results. don't be afraid to have a hard conversation with the wrong staff. It is far easier to have a hard conversation and bring people along. If they don't choose to come along, that's another decision and discussion you can have later, but you should always be pushing for excellence. Become your centre of excellence. And I think that's enough waffling from me. Thank you, Brenton.
Thank you very much, Ron. And we've finished 15 minutes early, and it's because we're efficient that we've finished 15 minutes early. No other reason, we're efficient. And so what I'm going to do is, we're not going through to 2:15, but I'll give you through to 2 o'clock, which is a very generous lunch break. Would you please make sure that you get around and see our sponsors, because they're your sponsors as well. Get around and have a chat to them, have a coffee, but please, the most important part of these days I always find is the networking, talking to each other. So please get into those conversations, enjoy some lovely lunch, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock when we've got an ICT leaders panel. Thank you. On the slide there, you probably, or you will know, Ron, of course, you were speaking before. So Ron's the Director of ICT at Toowoomba Grammar, and as Director of IT, Ron oversees the school's technological infrastructure, likening information technology to the school's circulatory system, it seems.
Where on earth did you find that?
I don't know, it's just, you know, it found it somewhere. He is instrumental in implementing ICT strategies that support and enhance the education experience for students and staff. Would you please join me in welcoming Ron again? Next up is Kevin Berry. Let's see if there's a circulatory system connection here. Kevin is Kevin is the Head of Information Technology at Lutheran Education Queensland. Kevin leads the IT department at Lutheran Education Queensland, overseeing digital strategies across multiple schools. His leadership has been pivotal in transforming infrastructure, systems and services to enhance education outcomes within the Lutheran education system. Is that all about right?
I just got there,
yeah. Good enough. Would you please join me in welcoming Kevin? And last up, but not least, is Peter Yates. Peter is Director of IT, Infrastructure and Enterprise Systems at PMSA. Peter serves as the Director of IT, Infrastructure and Enterprise Systems at Presbyterian and Methodist Schools Association. Previously, he was Director of Technology Services at Somerville House. Peter focuses on strategic ICT leadership, digital innovation and managing complex multi-campus IT environments. Is that all about correct? Yep, good, okay. Would you please join me in welcoming him? So my first question, Ron, in what ways do you collaborate with school system leadership to align ICT strategy with the school's long-term goals? So how do you do alignment for long-term goals?
I don't.
Good, next question.
Look, I think IT departments are in a unique position when it comes to understanding what a school is, what a school does, how they do it, and where they want to go. If most of us will run, a help desk management solution that will give us indicators of when things aren't going right. It's about identifying, what those things aren't and what opportunities there are for improvement. IT should always be about constant improvement. But when it comes to a school's strategy, as IT leaders, we need to understand what those strategies are, what the organisation is trying to achieve, as I mentioned earlier. But also it's finding out how to engage with not just the education side of the house, but the operational side of the house as well. I mean, we do tend to, being an education facility, we concentrate on the educators, but as I alluded to earlier as well, even through the earlier session, is we are a business first and foremost. So having a vision of what we're trying to achieve from an IT perspective isn't just about the educators. It is fundamentally about supporting both sides of the house. How do we go about engaging with them? There are many different ways to engage with different elements of the school. One of the things that I've done, and of recent times actually, and we're about to go through a second phase of that, and that is to offer a questionnaire or a survey to the leaders, the HODs, anyone who's on the education leadership side, and also the operational leadership side, the managers, the group supervisors. Offer them a survey that asks a lot of the details that starts the conversation. We as technologists, we always seem to go in for the heart of things, and we want to know how we're doing, and what do you need, and what is the outcomes we're trying to achieve. Going back to what Susie was talking about earlier, and I think Headmaster also alluded to that, is us, and it was also David, to be honest. It's about being vulnerable as well. The survey I did recently gave the education leadership and about to be the operations leadership side of the house an opportunity to critique IT generally. How are we doing? How do you feel supported? Are you supported? What are your needs? What are your wants? I found it quite successful to give people an opportunity to talk about us as the first point, get them engaged. Everybody likes to needle IT. They like to be able to give us a bit of a hard time because they didn't feel loved. But once you engage someone and they give them an opportunity to start that conversation, then you can introduce further questions, deeper questions about, what are the technology trends they're seeing in the classroom, and, what are there anything missing from what they're trying to achieve? What technologies might be out there that they've seen, heard of, had demonstrated that will enable what they're trying to achieve in the classroom? And then take that into a deeper level and start to question their own thoughts about things as well. The survey from the educator side of it went on to about AI, but also it's about understanding. One of the things I said earlier was that IT is about risk mitigation. Throw in some questions about supporting them. So one of the questions in my survey was, in the classroom, do you have a contingency plan for when there is no technology? What does your continuity plan look like in the classroom? But as technologists, as I said, we sort of focus in on what we want to do, but we want to ask the deeper questions again. Yes, you say you have a continuity plan in the classroom. Have you educated your staff on that? Have you actually tested that out? We know in our world, if we don't test it out, that it fails. If you have a plan but you don't test it, you don't train, you don't scenario test everything out, then do you really have a plan? So part of supporting the organisation is to go, well, actually, that's really good you have a plan, but now we need to take you that step further and for us to be supportive. So as far as aligning the strategy of the organisation, it's about understanding where their gaps are, not where our gaps are. We already know those. We're acutely aware of where our gaps are. But it's understanding at the coalface where their gaps are and finding out how we can help with that. As an example, no continuity plan for digital dependency is what I call it to be anyway. The digital dependency in the classroom, if there is a gap there, how do I facilitate that? How do I help them document? How do I help them test that out? At some point, our school is going to pull the plug on the internet. And if you're a technologist, that should scare the bejesus out of you. Because we will take the internet down here. We have a lot of work to do to support the school getting up to that point, and that is making sure there's some education programs in place so that people do know what to do when the technology fails them. In schools, we do a really good job of, Hugh Rose building classroom, IFP doesn't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and we're on it. People get used to the fact that IT is there for them, that within an hour their problems are resolved. What happens when those problems are outside of your control or elongated in their time frame? So I think managing what the organisation wants to do, where it wants to go and what it wants to achieve is one part of it. Us bringing that down to an IT level of how we support that, that's the second part of it. But also we need to have a look at our strategies around how do we support it when that digital dependency is called into question. What happens when the technology stops? And I believe personally that if we're not on the coalface with the teachers when the technology stops, then we're remiss in what we're doing. So we need the good part about technology, it's everywhere. The bad part about technology, it's everywhere. We need to cover all of those processes. So for me, it's understanding what are the functions, how do our functions actually aid what it is that's being or what's trying to be achieved. So, yeah, just supporting them in every endeavour. They don't know how technology works, and they're worse when technology fails. So making sure we're on the front foot with those sorts of things, I think, is very important.
Ron, are you on any leadership groups, or do you work with any committees within the school?
No, I don't, to a degree. So when I first come to the school, we have the luxury of having an IT steering group. If you don't have an IT steering group in your organisation, please emphasise it. The amount of power that gives you in squashing unnecessary messaging is invaluable. But when I first came to the school, there was an IT steering group. We decided that wasn't working the way that we felt it should be, so we reinvented it. But also, we put the emphasis back onto the different departments. So they have a roll-up philosophy now, so that their technology needs are rolled up through their executive team manager, and those are then brought, disseminated through the IT steering group, with all of the noise being abated before it gets there, so that it's actually a practical conversation. So whilst I don't inject myself with the rest of the leadership team, their messages are still being heard. So I suppose it's one way to look at it, but the bad part about it is that we do need to inject ourselves more into the classroom, but we've taken a transitional phase over the last 2.5 years in this school where there was very much a them and us mentality here, and I don't mean that to be harsh on the school. It's just what evolves sometimes with IT, but because people don't understand necessarily what we do, how we do it. It's just that evil voodoo black magic that happens in the background. But changing that messaging has now allowed people to speak up, and it's that messaging that it comes up through the steering group. So while I'm not in all those sorts of things, I still get the messaging, the important messaging, and then I can act on that.
It's great that you go out and you survey and speak to all members of your school community. In some places they'd call that sort of like an IT portfolio analysis, that you go out and ask what people are using, I'm assuming, and to a degree that will tell you what's fit for purpose. You might think something's fit for purpose, but does everyone else think it's fit for purpose? You might get a rude awakening sometime. I know we have when we've done similar sorts of things. So thank you very much, Kevin. Well, what are the elements of a successful ICT strategy, regardless of what school? What are the sort of things that must be in an ICT strategy?
Okay. Firstly, I bought new shoes because I was really worried about people seeing how bad my soles were in my old shoes. In relation to components of an ICT strategy, probably the first one and the easiest one that everybody understands is obviously the clear vision of where the organisation is going and how you can utilise technology to drive opportunities or identify in particular things where you're the impediment. There's a lot of discussion where you can say, hey, teachers, what are you doing in digital pedagogy? And when the response back to you is, well, we can't do that because the Wi-Fi keeps falling over, or the internet is slow, or other things in relation to that we always need to bring an IT support person into our classroom because we have these problems, you're not addressing the main issues. So the second component of an IT strategic plan is to look at your IT infrastructure. Where are your support tickets going? Where is the majority of your time being spent in that day-to-day band-aiding and solution and coming up and fixing those particular problems? I just spent 3 years ripping and replacing out an entire fibre network across an entire campus and replacing a series of poor infrastructure for switches and interfaces to provide the latency capabilities that is needed to deliver a service from there. The third group probably focuses on the cybersecurity components from there, looking at how you can tie down what are you going to do over the next 5 years to improve the quality of service that you have. Then probably another area as well is looking at how your information is stored. Specifically the most important stuff is that digital artifacts, those components and resources that are held in Beryl and Wayne's network drive because they wrote them, and then Beryl and Wayne leave the organisation and take their network drive with them and you're lost. These are the sort of components that need to be placed in a storage group, not just an LMS, but a particular environment where everybody can view solutions from there. You are then looking at components such as PD, and I don't mean just PD for IT. as you're implementing solutions in relation to any idea of how you're going to move solutions through, be it implementing a new SIS, or what Lee did down in Brisbane in relation to implementing a co-pilot solution across the entire diocese. There's some training involved in that. So it's really important to make sure that you have that front and centre in relation to what your IT training is. Don't leave it up to other parts of the business to expect that the PD is going to happen, because it won't. Other components out of that is probably your community engagement. There's a lot of focus very heavily on what do teachers want, what do students want, what does the admin staff, but there's an entire group of people that you also work with. You work with parents, you work with external vendors and partners, construction groups who would like to just put everything into a Dropbox that you can have access to. Take the initiative on that. You tell them where you want to put your environments and have those solutions put to bed in those particular places. Then you want to implement, is probably your last component of a IT strategy. What is your feedback and mentoring process? So how do you get feedback? How do you continue your improvement of your processes environments from there? So looking at all of those components develops you a 3 to 5 year strategic plan, moves forward to a strategic implementation plan that we heard John talk about before, and then that breaks it down into individual years. What is your financial resources? What are your people resources as we go deeper and deeper? And as we know, IT don't spend linear. Most of our expenditure is in term one, especially for one-on-one environments. So it would be great to tell the finance people, we're not linear. Expect in January to March, this is how much we're going to spend. So when they're doing financial reporting, they're not saying, oh, IT's overspent their budget this quarter. And go from there. So yeah, they're probably the components to look at.
Okay, thank you. And speaking of feedback, nice segue, thank you for that. Peter, what role has feedback played in the shaping of an ICT strategy for you?
Heaps. So as many people have alluded to already today, it's around the communication and keeping those lines of communication open. So as Ron's just said just recently, just there, it's about being out there in those business areas so that you can get that feedback. If you're not there, you're not hearing it. And that's not just the leader, it's the whole team. It's making sure those feedback loop is there for you to be able to use. So it's recording it in a ticket system or whatever it might be.
Okay. Do you serve on any committees? I asked before with Ron. Are you connected through other committees within your school?
In the current role, no, not at this time. No, so my role has changed from there. So, but when I was in the school, yes. Mm-hmm. So leadership teams in ICT steering committee, the two of those, mm-hmm. But also actively either I myself or one of my team were attending department meetings or area meetings. So like middle school, junior school, senior school meetings as well. Mm-hmm. So that there was someone from the team in them, mm-hmm. and that gave an opportunity of growth from my own team members. So if it was a team leader who might be a future, area manager of like operations or something like that, that gave them the aspect and built up the skills of being comfortable in talking with the teachers or the business manager or whoever might be in those meetings.
Same question for you, Kevin. Are you connected into some other committee meetings that you help you to get another perspective?
In my current role at the moment, no, apart from emergency discussions in relation to the executive as they're starting to plan infrastructure ideas going into the future. With my previous hat on, yes, I sat on the Learning and Teaching committee meeting, which was a great eye-opener for me to understand from a teaching perspective what's coming up, where their concerns are, how that's get driven, and then from my perspective sitting there going, all right, where can I assist with that work? When you think about the amount of work we cover in NAPLAN, which has just gone through, how do we prepare for that? How do we prepare for end-of-year exams? How do we prepare for all those other components of work that we can sit there? Then, is there any cool things that the teaching is looking at? I can take that on board and go, we can implement that right now, or give us some time to get ready for delivering that sort of stuff. I also sat on an IT steering committee meeting at the school as well.
Yeah, it's really important to be connected, isn't it? Because I was having a chat to somebody during lunch, and the IT crowd is only a hilarious show because it sort of shows that separation of management and the ICT team that are down in the basement and keep doing whatever it is you're doing down there. Don't know what it is, but we know or we think you're important. And there's a degree of, as Ron was, I guess, saying before, of reaching up. So the IT team, surveying people, and that's why I was asking the question around committees, surveying people and getting connected into the school in general, so reaching up, and senior management's also got to reach down and not be scared to do so, because that's where we're going to meet and that's where we're going to work together. Ron?
Yeah, I can assure you that at Toowoomba Grammar, our executive committee are really well versed in reaching out. So I'd just like to, if I could, just take that question around the formulation and the elements of strategy. One of the things I alluded to earlier, the people who are struggling to make that transition from a really great administrator to a really great manager, administrators always go back to frameworks. One of the things we have to understand is evolving managers and those in management position is don't get hung up on the framework that's involved in strategy or strategy formulation. The most important thing you can do is start the conversation. If you're not having the conversation, then no framework that they've got out there, there isn't a framework alive that is going to give you any results if you haven't started the conversation. So my advice to you would be is if you are looking at formulating strategy, it's just to start that conversation, have those meetings, inject yourself in, even if it's uncomfortable, inject yourself into those elements of the school, whether it's operational or education. You will find those gold threads, even the things that people don't say is normally enough for you to identify that there's an issue, and then you can formulate that into your strategy. But don't get hung up on the process. Again, just start the conversation. Yeah, well, I'm quite like frameworks, Ron. I'm a bit of an advocate for them. So I'm sitting here getting uncomfortable. Not the full answer. I agree with you, gentlemen. Do any of you use a particular framework for creating ICT strategy? Question without notice.
In the past, I've used the same strategy for the schools. So usually the school has a strategy mix in mind, so it might be pillars, for example, and so I've just leveraged those through into my ICT. So I've not broken a wheel that's not fixed. I've put the things in that are around ICT strategy that fit those pillars.
Sorry, Alexis.
Was it something we said?
Do you like frameworks that much?
We saw you.
Yes, let that be a warning to the rest of you. Well caught.
That's all right. In relation to, I've got to remember what the question was now. That was brilliant.
Frameworks.
Yes, in relation to frameworks. It's a balance between the two. I run a couple of strategic frameworks I used to do through my career and now have sort of settled on a particular framework that I work that's worked for me at my last three organisations, which again is, as I said, listing out the components that I included in there. It doesn't have to be super complex because what you're presenting your strategic plan to is to people who are not in that area who are technical speaking and focus on there. Everything should align with business strategies of what they're trying to achieve. So therefore, of course, whatever you present should be coming back into there as well. One point I will also just skip on from my previous, the question you asked me, was we spoke about this being a school of any size. And I think that's a really important thing to realise is that schools of this size, or the ones that myself and Peter have oversight on, they need to have a really robust IT strategic plan because the schools have robust business strategies. It doesn't make a difference what your title is. if it's CIO, Director of ICT, IT Manager, Senior Support Technician, if you are the person who is the lead IT person on that role at that school, you're responsible for developing ICT strategy. And we've had the conversation this morning in relation to having that technical stuff and having to have that step up into skills to do strategy from there. You can't shy away from it, unfortunately. That's one of the things that a school needs to have and requires from you to do.
I don't know whether I like this next question so much, Ron, so please feel free to do the politician answer of I'll ask you this and you answer whatever you want to answer. But the question is regarding ICT strategy and delivering, actual student outcomes, enhancing teaching, supporting staff development, like giving us some examples of where your strategy has led to some sort of thing that you've delivered that has delivered a real world result. Have you got any examples of that? If not, answer any question you like. Free choice.
Wow, you know my boss is in the room, right?
Yeah.
Look, I think, okay, let's take it back a bit. I think one of the things that I recognised when I first came to Grammar was that, and I'm not being critical of the organisation at all, I'm absolutely proud to work here and I'm proud to have a long future here, I hope. But one of the things I recognised quite early is that IT had lost its way in this organisation. They were no longer that service delivery arm, that enabler of outcomes for the school. So if you're talking about the strategy and the change that's required to deliver outcomes, it was to redesign what my department looked like. It was to redesign the thinking of my department. It was to redesign how others saw my department. So I suppose if you're asking about what affected change, and I alluded to it earlier, that is that when IT stops becoming the firefighters of the organisation and start to become partners in solving the problems of the organisation, that's a fundamental shift for me. I mean, it took me a lot longer to achieve that in this particular organisation than I felt comfortable with, and I'm still not proud of the amount of time that came, but I can wholeheartedly sit here and say today that we no longer have that adversarial impact on our IT department that we once had. So whilst that I can't give you a definitive answer around curriculum outcomes, although we did a fantastic job at NAPLAN this year, so those of you who suffered that indignant opportunity, I do feel sorry for you, but we actually did quite well with NAPLAN this year, and it was recognising, because we're now a service delivery arm of the school, an enabler of the outcomes. We recognised earlier that we needed to put things in place, and we needed to test, and we needed to back ourselves to the point where we knew from previous experience that the failings of NAPLAN, and I'm picking on NAPLAN because it's easy, but we needed to understand the failings so that when those things arose, we were ready for it. Whether it's having 15 laptops ready to go, charged up, logged on as a test user so that the dog ate my computer, it can't be used as an excuse to get out of assessment. I think it's, for me, in this organisation, it was about going back to the fundamentals of what we are, who we are and what we deliver, and never losing sight of the fact that we are there to support the organisation. If I can have a little bit of creative freedom, one of the things that, not necessarily in schools so much, but I still see it, IT departments have this, and this isn't meant to be a completely negative thing, but they suffer from what I term as the arrogance of IT. And I've spoken to a few people earlier today on one-on-ones, and that is that because we have the technology, we hold the keys to the kingdom, we believe that we are somehow different, or we are somehow absolutely vital, and we are to some degree, in making this business work. At the end of the day, we are facilitators, we are enablers, and that's all we are. Without the teachers, without the business, we wouldn't have jobs. I'm actually quite thankful for people who don't know what they're doing, but it's, for me, the strategy of an IT department should be recognising that yes, you do hold the keys to the kingdom, but it's still the ICT steering group in my world, and the executive to a broader sense, that tell you which doors you're allowed to open. So breaking down that internal IT strategy and recognising that you need to build it from the ground up, for me, was a big win here.
Yeah, you're part of a bigger team.
You are definitely, if you ever lose sight of that you're part of a team, you're in the wrong job. if you're in IT management and you don't realise that you have teams below you and teams above you, both of which you need your support, both of which need your direction. If you lose sight of that, you're in the wrong role, and I'm sorry to say it, but you are. You need to understand that there are people at both levels, above and below you, that rely on you quite heavily.
Thanks very much. My question, Kevin, is around flexibility of ICT strategies. It also begs the question of how long, if you do an ICT strategy, how long should that ICT strategy last? When should it be reviewed? Because the question is around how do you do an ICT strategy that is flexible enough, meaning that things change and the strategy should be able to cope with that, but maybe that's not the best way to ask that question. Maybe it's around, you do a strategy, how long should it last before review?
That's a good one. I worked at an organisation that had a 5-year business strategic plan that got released every year. And that was great. Weird, but great, but important, because you can't set a mark in 1 year and expect that in 5 years' time it'll be the particular same one from there. And ICT is exactly the same way. How many people in 2017 had a strategy about remote learning for COVID? So you need to react. COVID's so far in the rearview mirror now. We're still calling on it. But it's that sort of issues they have, is that your strategy is current at time of print. And that's the way it should always be treated. And using those things, your engagement with teachers and community groups from there, you need to be out there finding out what's going on, where the new opportunities are that maybe you don't know about, but the teachers do, because they've been talking to other schools and other ideas and gone to conferences and heard new things. In an IT steering committee, which I endorse what Ron was saying at the present moment, is having those IT steering committees with a group of people who are focused on reviewing the current strategy and is this still in place? So my answer to all that sort of stuff is that it's never in concrete. It's always in pencil. It's always erasable, but it's the best snapshot going forward based on the knowledge you have for 3 to 5 years or however long the business strategy is. It should never go exceed the business strategy, and it seems pointless to be short of the business strategy.
Peter, do you have a take on that as well, in terms of how long an ICT strategy should last and how it should be reviewed?
I've been fortunate too to have the 5 and 1, more than a couple of schools that I've been in. So that is the best that I've had. In the case of where it's been 5 and you've needed to stick to the 5 because that was what they required, that was very tough to crystal ball what 5 years looked like from an IT. So I kept it very general and took away more technology speak than I didn't. So I kept it absolutely broad so that I had that flexibility and I wasn't doing something that wasn't on the strategy.
No, question to you again though, Peter, you're not getting off so easily. And my question is around prioritising spending. So how do you prioritise your ICT investments?
Well, all of the communication and engagement that you've got with your stakeholders, that allows you to prioritise. So usually the business plan has some priorities, they flow through to the ICT. I jotted down some examples of over the years, so not just with within PMSA schools that I've been in, but over the years. So from a point of view of, say, academic excellence, things like maybe learning and teaching differentiation, maybe new discovery spaces or rooms that might be multi-purpose. They've called them different things over the years. Other ones might be just, as somebody, I think Ron mentioned before, just the resiliency and reliability of services so that you do have Wi-Fi, or maybe it's Kevin. You do have Wi-Fi in the classrooms and it does behave as you'd expect it to, and it just works. It's just there. In the student and staff wellbeing areas, it might be just availability of support services. Say you're a boarding school versus not a boarding school. Parents have a big say in my last role at Somerville House around what the expectation were of ICT time, and that was feedback. So we ended up with a 12-hour, which meant we had to sort of look at rostering our ICT team to cover that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to be able to answer a student or parent or anybody's question as a complete services desk. So it wasn't just about ICT. They could ask any question and we would get back to them during that 12-hour period, 5 days a week. Other ones from the student and staff wellbeing might be differentiation around the training and supporting that. So that might have been creating materials to support teaching and learning in something not necessarily technology at all, but videoing a teacher showing another teacher how to do some particular task or around pedagogy in the classroom, and then helping them turn that into a video that then could be shared with others at training or PD sessions. Around the community engagement, well, as you all know, anything that's got internet connectivity, so that might be anything from apps to social media to everything. So we had a lot of involvement in the community in that space. So a lot of work with our marketing communications teams. Attending school events was something that was very valuable to me. I found that just attending school events, there wasn't a requirement for me to be there. Fly on the wall, talking to people, meeting parents or external speakers and finding out what people really think as they walk out the door and getting those little anecdotal comments. Oh, you're in IT, why are you here for the night? From staff members, for example. And it's, being involved in the whole community of the school. Personally, I found that very valuable to get those little tidbits that help with, actually that was something I'd never thought of, or a bit of feedback from a parent or what have you.
Thank you. Kevin, any closing remarks?
Probably from my perspective, and Alexis, lest we forget, gave us an insight into a couple of really important components to have as you're the IT leader, as you're developing a strategy. First and most important is be future focused. There's too many discussions in relation to how can we stay on a current technology and make it better? How can we do new things with the existing current environment? And that's not the way we should be thinking or supporting. The second thing, which is really important from my perspective, is every strategic decision that gets made should at least, if possible, come with data-driven insights. If you don't have that, you're guessing of what's a really cool solution. To use a story at an organisation, IT had a really bad name, and the leaders of that group really didn't see, because they kept hearing about how things weren't working, and IT support was poor along those lines. The service desk system the organisation used for IT was an electronic form that dumped into a SharePoint list library and sent an email when we closed the ticket. We replaced that service desk system to something that was more robust, more appropriate, and also provided surveys back to the people who were logging tickets and saying, how did we do? Within a quarter of doing that, I was able to present to the leadership team as well as a report, as well as a dashboard, so they knew I wasn't lying, to say, here's the current feedback. 98% positivity about the IT department. One-star review, and that wasn't our fault. The guy who came in to fix the printer didn't do a good job, but they added on to us. So that immediately changed the mind. If you don't have the data driven to say, actually no, the organisation actually thinks we're doing a really good job. We can always do better. But if it's just hearsay, it's someone who remembers a time where they had a problem and they will always stay with that. And that's the message that's get received. So always come with data data-driven insights about any activity that you're trying to do.
Ron, your school, your stage, your microphone, you can have the last word if you have anything to say.
Oh goodness, God help you all. Look, two things if I could, if you could just entertain me for a minute. One of them is, and I did talk briefly, probably a little bit too briefly about this before, about being a leader. And like I said, for me, a leader is imposed on you. It's when people believe in you and they believe in what you're doing, that they will follow you. That's when you become a leader. You can be in a leadership position, but you can be a terrible leader. But one of the things that we lose sight in, and there is a young lady in the audience here today who I would consider a leader in her field, but because she doesn't have a leadership position, that isn't taken into account. Never lose sight of the people that are above you, and never, ever lose sight of the people that are below you and what they're capable of and what they can bring to the table. They will surprise you at every turn because they will provide insights that you don't necessarily get as a manager because they are at the coalface. So don't ever forget about looking down as well as up. I mean, we always look up because we want to keep our jobs. That's really good. But there are people below you, and people that you look after you may not understand actually have greater insight than what you possibly ever could. So please keep that in mind. The other part that I would like to finish off on is just backing up what Kevin was alluding to, and not many of you would know this. Well, actually, only probably one or two of you know this. But going back to these data-driven insights, one of the things that Kevin and I have conversed about recently is how do we know that we're doing a good job when it comes to service delivery? How do we know that the data we are providing to our executive team says that you have an effective and efficient IT department? And after this meeting today, I'll be shooting out an email to the ITMEL group and to the Mitie group for that matter. And what I'm looking to do, and what Kevin and I have spoken about, is about starting a benchmarking exercise amongst other private schools, the ones that actually have a platform that you can measure these things. I'm not a big fan of having data that has been extrapolated from somewhere and put into a spreadsheet and someone's manipulated it and then produced a report, because human beings being what they are, they always want the lights to be green, so you just never know when they're going to, let's just say, change the benefit of the figures that are coming out. So one of the things I'm looking at establishing is a broad range of schools providing data about what their closeout rates are, what their first call resolutions are, what their escalations are, you know, what are their times from logging to completion to follow up. Never forget to follow up with your customers. But one of the things that I'm quite keen to do that for is, how do I know that I'm doing a good job? How do I know that I'm being as efficient, or if I've got best practice under my belt? Because I'm a very biased human being. I don't know if you know that about me, but I've got my own interests at heart. But I also want to be challenged, and I want to be challenged endlessly. So if I get information through this, if it works, if I get information through this and I find that that LEQ are beating me hands down when it comes to first call resolution, I'm going to look internally as into what do I have to do to improve. So where am I going with that? One of the things I want you to take away from today is as leaders is think outside the box. Let go of the technician, the administrator side of your personality. We all came up through that track. When you become a manager and an effective leader, I hope to get there one day, but when you become a good, effective manager, you want to be challenged. You want to know that and be able to prove that you're doing a good job. If you don't have a strategy, if you haven't the formulation or the beginning of a strategy, if you don't understand your organisation's strategy and how you feed into that and how you enable that, then how are you measuring? What are you measuring? What are your key criteria for success as a department? So, and again, I agree with Kevin wholeheartedly. Without data, it's just opinion. So I want to be better at that. I want to get better at that. And I want to be challenged by you all.
Thank you very much, Ron, Kevin and Peter. I think you've done an excellent job this afternoon, but you're right, it's data-driven. So let's have a round of applause to see how good a job you've done. and only one person left during that. We're going to have the smallest of smallest breaks. Don't go away. I just want to give a couple of presents to these gentlemen. Then we're going to have our sponsors come up and do the door prizes. So if you can just wait just a couple of minutes, and then we'll finish up quite quickly after that. Thank you. Coming up, we'll probably just go around the room. So if Toddle would mind coming up and having a chat about your sponsorship, and then we'll do the spin of the wheel.
Hi everyone, so my name's Mel. I'm with Toddle, which is an LMS. So we're fairly new within the LMS space, been around for about 6 years. It's given us the opportunity to be really future focused, look at legacy platforms out there and build something a little bit different. AI is embedded very deeply within our platform. I guess our mission is all about teachers, so we're teachers first, and our vision is about saving teachers 10 hours of time a week, and that's by streamlining things within the platform. So that's if you'd like to know more about us, we're sitting over there. I'm looking at the prizes that the rest of the group have, and it's all very techy. I've got wine and vouchers. So. And I've covered both bases. I've got red and I've got white, plus I've got $150 worth of vouchers.
Damn, I said I'm ineligible, didn't I? Here we go. Here's the spin of the wheel of names. You have to be present too to pick up your prize. And let's see. And if you're not here, is Craig here? Hey, congratulations, Craig. Sorry, Veracross perhaps next.
Hi everybody, I'm Chris from Veracross. Veracross is a school information system. We've been around for 20 years. We've got 700 schools in 40 countries using us. We work exclusively with K-12 independent schools. Veracross might be new to some of you. We did come to Australia in 2022. In 2023 we acquired Digistorm, which I think many people know. Digistorm obviously has its office here in Queensland. That's now the Veracross office for the broader group. So we have the office here locally, we've got 1,000 schools and 80 or so staff working across all groups. The key, I guess, value prop of Veracross is that we have a lot of functionality natively within the platform. So admissions, alumni management, a board portal, future parent portal, etc. And it's a single record system, which makes managing your communities really easy. Today, I've got some, I don't know which one's better. I've got Veracross socks and AirPods. So we'll see who wins these.
Now we're saying redraw because of... Yeah, is Matthew here? There we go. Central.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Moore. I'm one of the founders and general manager here at Central. My background's a technologist, so I feel in good company here today. To appeal to the technologists in the room, we've got a JB Hi-Fi voucher, as well as some other goodies in the bag here for you. Now, Central is a student management platform. We've spent 25 years servicing K-12 schools across Australia. Our philosophy is very much around best of breed. So how do we take the best of breed in different areas and make sure that they work effectively together to support your schools? On top of that, we also have Student Pay Plus, our new offering. So if you're looking for a offering which integrates the school canteen, your school shop, uniform shop, and tie that back into a single parent, single sign-on experience, come and talk to us. We'd love to sit down, share our expertise with you, and help you understand where you're going within the school. Without further ado.
Yes, let's see, we've been picking people that have been here, which is good. Tony Weller. Yes, good on you, good man. You're removed from further draws. We have another spin. Mitchell. Sorry? Yeah. How long are you guys got? We could be here all night. Here we go, here's another one. Yeah.
It's going to be a long day.
Did we say what the prize was?
JB Hi-Fi.
Nobody wants it,
JB Hi-Fi and... Dean.
Another vendor.
Spin again. Yeah, so we've got all the vendors in here as well, as you might tell. Your chances are increasing. They're all getting removed from the wheel of names. He's not here.
It's not personal.
No.
Is it getting dark outside? Stuart? Two more spins and it's going to be first to the stage. Peter. One more spin and it's going to be first to the stage. The others went so well. All right, we will remove all instances. I'm not sure what that actually means.
This might set a new record.
This might set a new record. Simon. Oh, thank goodness. Everyone's a winner on the Wheel of Names. And now I think we've just got Atura. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I said, yeah, Compass. Yeah, Compass next, I beg your pardon.
All the Compass staff are out of the running at least. Thanks Brenton, thanks Ron, thanks Mitie for hosting. This is my first time here with Mitie. So my name's Chris from Compass Education. I've been with Compass looking after Queensland schools for the last 6 years. I think it's really great looking around for the IT function and seeing you've got a lot of modern vendors as potential CIS, LMS, SMS partners in future. So all I would ask from a Compass perspective is I don't work in a marketing function. Look on the website, grab a card, please take something so I don't have to take it back to the storage unit in Sandgate this evening, and include us in your conversations when you have a look online. We are a CIS, we are an LMS, we are enrolments, we are all those things. What I love about working at Compass is the investment, the pace of research and development, and we're heavily invested in Queensland for the foreseeable future. My commitment working here in Queensland, in Southeast Queensland, and some of you already know this, I don't love the sponsor stuff. I'm glad you will have me, but I love sitting down in schools with different functions and cracking problems open, and I really like 6 months down the track after I've started working with a school and seeing that it's working for them. So that's where I get the best, the enjoyment out of my role. So I will let you know I spent weeks researching the best prize. I did not find this in the email last night. We needed a lucky door prize and get it from JB Hi-Fi this morning. So with that, let's spin the wheel.
Yes, let's all cross our fingers.
I could give him back to you, Brad.
Yay, all right. Yes, we have a homegrown winner. That didn't take so long. Atura.
Good afternoon. I'm Brett Orton from Atura. For a bit of background on Atura, we're a 1,200 person business and we have about 250 people in Brisbane. And we have, as part of our offering is Scholarian, we have about 290 Dynamics developers across the country. And obviously, we do much more than just school admin. We do everything from consulting through to being able to support it and support products and from a managed services perspective. So we can not only help you in your journey getting to where you want to go, but also can support your journey once you've got there as well. And so as one of the only system integrators here today, we try and we do our very best to have a really close and connected experience for our education clients, not only in Queensland but across the country. Atura is very proud to be a member and a sponsor of Mitie, as we are with a number of the different professional groups across the country, because we think it's important that IT groups get the chance to come forward and continue to grow and develop as part of the process as well. We think that's good for really good for the industry. So without any more notice, we'll give it a spin.
Yes. Beautiful. Well, that just brings us to the end, but just before we go, I haven't got this on the screen here, so I'll have to read it off there. I'd like to thank the following people who made today possible. obviously the headmaster of Toowoomba Grammar for hosting us and for presenting so strongly before, Dr. John Kinneborough. Ron, who has just been amazing, as I think you probably all realise, he's been on stage, he's been organising, he's been at this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and very thankful to Ron and the rest of the Toowoomba Grammar team. Susie Finkelstein, who's left already for the airport, but who presented our keynote earlier on today. Alexis, David Lynch, Kevin Berry, Peter Yates, who were part of our panel earlier on. The Glennie School for that shuttle bus that none of you realised was there, but it was a great offer, and thank you very much to them. John Newman for doing the streaming from Aquinas College. Haven't been tuned into it obviously myself, but I've been getting messages about how well the streaming has been going, so thank you very much. The Mitie committee for helping me put all of this together, and last but not least the sponsors who have just come up and done the wheel of names, and we're very, very thankful to have their sponsorship because it helps to facilitate things like this. I mean, effectively, in schools, through my career, you get to know the person who's down the street, and occasionally you might catch up with them, and you get to know a few other schools, and you have just sort of informal catch-ups, and at some stage it starts to get a little larger than that, and then you've got to have insurances, and you've got to have, you know, incorporated entities, and you've got to have all this sort of thing. So really that's all Mitie is. It's just, you know, people like you and I working in schools trying to support each other, and the only way that we can afford to do that, to put on the sandwiches, to put on the coffee, and to pay for the website and all that sort of stuff, is the support of our sponsors, so we thank them very much. Ron, did I see that you look like you wanted to have a last word?
Yeah, as usual.
Did you want to come?
Hello everyone again. Come to my attention during the day today, there's a number of you that may be staying up here tonight and maybe trying to organise some site visits for tomorrow. Mr. Matthew Russell, sitting down the front here, has suggested that if you were to reach out to him, he may be able to organise a site visit at Glennie, and I'm sure he would be willing to take you around to a few other schools. You're here now, so if you wanted to have a look around my school, please let me know, and I'll be more than willing to show you around. But if you are hanging around tomorrow and you wanted to go and visit a few sites, a few different schools, see a few different things, that's what we're here for. So reach out, talk to Mr. Russell down there, and he will help facilitate that for us as well. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Ron. And there has been a school that's approached me during the day today to get the Term 2 conference up, so details about that soon, and the Term 3 conference is at Matthew Flinders College. Thanks very much, and hopefully we'll see you at the next one. Thank you.